Hey, everybody. Wendy, I am so sorry to hear that, honey. I hope that you feel better very soon. Seriously, much love. And when you are feeling better, I'll be here waiting for you. I absolutely plan to. Just like every other night, it is going to be a blast with my very best friends out in YouTube land. I got my Billy OT right beside me. Hey, Shane. Good to see you. You are the everyone at the moment. According to the little eye at the top of the screen, it's just you and me, buddy. Hey, there's one. Hey. Hi. Welcome. Oklahoma. That's awesome. Oh, here they all come. Hi, April. Good to see you. I thought it was just going to be me and Shane for a while. I'm doing good, as always. Thank you. How are you guys? Yay! I'm so happy. That's my favorite part is when people who have just watched the videos on Replay Crew finally get to join the lives. That is seriously my favorite part because I don't know who's seen them otherwise. I don't know who watches my videos. But when you guys are here, I get to see you and meet you and wave at you and say much love and give you your hearts. And we just have such a blast. We have the greatest time ever. I am sorry. Are you going to stay with us? Because you at least have to stay for the first couple seconds because I have something amazing. I'm happy that you're doing all right. And I hope that continues. I'm really, really glad that you're here. Okay, who's ready for the most amazing clip you're going to see today? I don't care what else we have. This is amazing. All right. So, let me preface this by saying it happened in our favorite Clallam County, which everybody always says sounds like Clown County when I'm saying it. So, someone actually showed up to court dressed as a clown in Clallam County. I kid you not.
This is a courtroom. We do things a little differently here. One thing we don't do is dress up in clown costumes and come to court. I think you probably have a party or something you're attending, so that's why you're dressed like that.
Yes.
Don't come back here looking like that again.
I will. I was going to a birthday party afterwards.
I understand. I'm just saying, you're off for the day. Next time.
No, I'll be in my regular clothes.
Whatever.
Yes. The judges, whatever. At the end was the coup de grace. That was just chef's kiss. Perfect. Yeah, the audacity. She had on, when she first walked in, she had a full wig and everything. Oh, yeah, it was crazy. We'll get to see the rest of it too. Yeah, Yeah, sure did. Whatever. He was done with it. He was so done. Like, why? Why? Who does that? Seriously. So we have, I am not going to have happen again what happened the last night. Not only do I have backup clips, but my backup clips have backup clips. If one thing does not play, I have more because that's how I roll. Oh, I couldn't believe that. But we're going to start out with this.
Sandra Jordan.
Hi, sweetie.
All right, 21-38149 is now called the state of Texas versus Sandra Yvonne Jordan. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Present with
start.
your attorney, Mr. Dusler, and the state's attorney. You were charged here with theft, a felony offense on or about March 25th, 2021 is alleged you committed theft. You have 2 or more prior theft convictions. And actually, there's 10 of them here that are used in paragraph 2, but 2 or more, along with a theft of any amount, constitutes the state jail felony of theft. Do you understand? You have to speak. Now, I'm looking at paragraphs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, which are prior felony convictions,
It's a lot of paragraphs.
which aren't otherwise enumerated in the other 10 prior thefts. And these are additional convictions dating back to 2002 out of Waller County. Attempted tampering with the government record, state jail, Harris County, 252nd next door, evading arrests in 2010. Then forgery estate jail next door in the 252nd. Then in 2014, after other convictions have been final, it is alleged you were finally convicted of forgery out of the Smith County District Court in 2014, once, twice, 3 times.
It's because you guys are the
December
best.
15th. Nonetheless, it looks like what we're looking at is state jail felony punished as a 2nd-degree felony.
3rd degree, because those are all state jail felonies.
Oh, okay, okay.
Agreed, Judge.
Oh, okay. Okay. So y'all agree then the punishment range is for a 3rd-degree felon. So she's looking at up to 10 years.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so do you understand where you stand on this?
Not really, I don't, because he never talked to me about that,
Never?
never. Again,
How
Really?
many times have you seen Mr.
This is
Guzman?
my 2nd time.
What about the 1 hour we
He
spent
came
last week?
he came to the jail Friday and just said I was looking at 10 years and that's it.
They threw it
That's
on
the
you
first time he
today.
ever came to me.
Surprise.
Well, what are we gonna do?
Ma'am, I went over all of this with you last week, what you were charged with, what the punishment range was and everything. You told me that you were not going to take any TDC time under any circumstances. I renewed that with you this morning, relayed the state's offer to you. And you told me again that you were not going to take TDC time under any circumstances. And you asked it to be set on the trial docket. Is that correct?
No, I did. You told me Friday, this past Friday, what my charge was for, that was it. I asked you for what you call the paperwork to show me what I'm here for. He didn't have that. Nothing written on me, but a piece of paper he wrote out. And like I told him, I was in a coma. I could prove I was in a coma for 93 days of 21. And I started back walking at the end. And remember when I came to your court and the first time I was blind, I couldn't see nothing. So I ain't been in no streets.
How long have you been in custody?
I've been in custody since I left your courtroom in January of this year. And you told me to come back with a lawyer. I was in custody ever since February, January and
Well,
February.
somebody, okay, well, when you're in jail, it's really it's almost impossible to get a lawyer. Right,
Yes.
when you're in jail, unless you're independently wealthy and somebody's doing your finances. for you.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Dusler is one of the public defenders and for indigent people, they handle the representation. What's the offer in this case?
Half of 8 years, Judge.
Well, the question is, Ms. Jordan, do you need some additional time to talk to him and have him answer any questions you have about your options?
Well, I can explain that and what he did to me because he didn't explain nothing to me.
Okay.
And I'm not, going to, take no time for something I know I didn't do.
Well, but are you saying you're not guilty of this?
I'm not guilty of it. no.
Okay, well,
I can prove I was.
all right, then we're gonna put these on the trial docket then, okay? For
Yes, sir.
now, you can have him continue to represent you. It would probably go to trial quicker if you agreed to release him. I can put the next appointed attorney on the trial docket wheel to represent you for trial. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
That will be done, and we'll set this for trial.
Yes, sir.
So there you have it. She turned down her plea deal and she's going to take it to trial. I have a feeling her only hope of winning is if absolutely none of the state witnesses show up. That's just my guess. I might be wrong, though.
Thank you. That is all. Alan Watson, please.
I didn't get my paperwork from the hospital. She put it out in the hospital.
Yeah, somebody will be represented. If you have those materials for her, give them to her, please.
The state brings receipts. I sure
Alan
hope she
Watson is
does.
next.
Yes, they're ready to go again. Mr. Watson has it's out here.
Sorry.
Mr. Watson has this motion to revoke probation and a new possession controlled substance. He's going to plead true this morning on the motion to revoke counts 1 and 2, which includes the new offense. And then depending on what the court does on the motion to revoke probation, we can then dispose of the new case as well.
Buckle up, guys. This is a garbage human alert. Grade A piece of trash.
So we're going to deal first of all with the motion. It's okay.
All right, is that your plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we call two cases. 21-37207 and 23 CR 1633, the state of Texas versus Alan J. Watson III. You're Mr. Watson.
Yes, sir.
Present with your attorney, Mr. Dusler, and the state's attorney. On this earlier case, 37207, the motion to revoke unadjudicated probation, we will deal with that one first. Does the defendant waive a formal reading of this motion? Can we proceed in summary?
Yes, sir.
And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, Mr. Watson, the testimony and statements you make during these hearings today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Lower your hand. In summary, this motion filed on August 24th, 2023 states that on August 12th of 2021 in this court, you were placed on 5 years deferred or unadjudicated probation for the second-degree felony of burglary of a habitation. Is all of that true?
Yes, sir.
Allegation 1 states you committed the offense of illegal possession of a controlled substance on or about February 15th, 2023, which looks like it mirrors the indictment here in 23-1633, which states on or about February 15th. 2023, you knowingly and intentionally possess a controlled substance, namely methamphetamine, of an amount of 4 grams or more, but less than 200 grams. That's a second-degree felony. Do you understand what you're charged with in allegation 1 here?
Yes, sir.
Is this true or untrue as it is alleged?
It's true, sir.
Are you pleading true voluntarily to this allegation and because it is true? You understand by a knowing and voluntary plea of true to an allegation such as this, that is enough to grant this motion to revoke probation by a preponderance of the evidence standard or greater. Your probation can be revoked. You can now be found guilty and sentenced up to the full range of punishment, which is no less than 2 nor more than 20 years confinement in prison.
Okay, so far, it doesn't sound so bad. He was on probation for breaking into a home of someone who, mind you, was home at the time, and he terrorized and scared half to death. So he was on probation for that. And now he's been charged with having been found with a firearm and methamphetamine. Okay, not so bad yet. We've heard way worse. But wait, because here it comes.
Knowing that, you insist on pleading true today.
Yes, sir.
I find you are pleading true voluntarily. You understand and appreciate the consequences of pleading true.
Yes, sir.
How old were the children in the car?
Sir,
How old were the children in the car with you?
there were 7, 4, and 3.
Okay. The drugs that were found in the child's backpack. What was it? Which child did that backpack belong to?
I had got the backpack from my wife. It was all that clothes in the backpack, sir.
Where were the children going? Where were you
We
taking?
were going to a hotel. We were just going to pick up my mother from work. I have been staying in a hotel since September of 2022, so. And I was using the car to go get the stuff out of one hotel and bring them to the hotel room, and then to go pick up my mother from work.
I don't care where you're going or what you're doing. You do not put drugs or guns in backpacks with your children's clothes. That is just the absolute most disgusting thing I heard today. Seriously. I don't know why child endangerment charges weren't put on him. I don't know why he's not charged with so much more. But I guarantee CPS is going to be involved. Because if he was doing all this, I'm sure his wife wasn't doing a whole lot better. She must have known something. Or at least that's going to be the assumption. Crazy.
The weapon that was in the vehicle as well, was it Taurus?
Yes, sir.
Whose was that?
It was mine. I have been having that gun since I was 21 years old, sir.
Uh-huh.
Wrong move.
On my watch, while on my probation, you're going to do that?
Well, my apologies, sir. I just been having it. That's the gun I've been having. I had told my probation officer everything. You know, I was just moving from one hotel to the next, sir.
And the drugs, where'd those come from?
But they were mine, sir. I got
On my watch?
wife had left me. I just needed something to keep me energized that way. I was just addicted to them. So
Where'd you get them?
Sir?
Did you manufacture them?
No, sir.
Where'd you get them?
I got it from someone.
Who?
Not from my uncle.
Who?
Uncle Michael.
We're going to play this game all day long?
No, sir.
Michael who?
Real.
He's your uncle? You know who he is?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where's he live?
I don't know where he stays now.
You don't know where he lives?
He moved, like, that's what I'm saying. I've been in jail since July. He moved, sir.
Did I
Last-
ask you how long you've been in
last-
jail?
No, sir.
Where does he live? Where did he live at
The
the
last,
time?
the
you
last,
had-
the
Hold
last.
on.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask the questions
Yes,
when I
sir.
complete, then you
Yes,
can
sir.
answer. She can't take both of us speaking at the same time. And actually, at the end of the day, the courts have said, if she can't do her job, everybody in court gets in trouble. Because she has to be able to put down everything that's said, so that if it's ever looked at later, they would know what's happened. All right, you get to speak. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The last known address, I know he stayed on Main Street, sir.
May,
Yes, sir, Main Street.
so how did the drugs get into the child's backpack? Did you put them in?
No, sir, I didn't put him in. What I'm saying.
Who's setting up children here?
Sir,
Who's setting up the children?
I'm
'Cause
not
those are
saying, no,
illegal.
no, sir, I would never do that.
Am I going to
No,
have to tell you
Apologize.
again not to speak when I speak? All right, the drugs are in a child's backpack. How did they get in one of your children's backpack? Or do you really care?
I do care, sir.
Okay, so I'd have gotten to the bottom of that. If I was the parent. So how did it get into the child's backpack?
I put him in justice.
You became important. You always were, though. Congratulations to the couple new mods that I added. And I just want to remind you guys, let people speak, even if they have differences of opinions. The absolute only reason to block someone or time them out is if they're being racist. I really don't care. Freedom of speech and all that stuff. They can say they hate me or whatever. It's fine. Unless there's like trolling messages over and over or porn bots, get rid of them, please. But yeah, the only thing I don't tolerate is racism. Love you.
So. What are we going to do? There is no agreement here,
That's correct.
according to what you're saying. Stay. Probation. He's been on probation since August of 21, so that's a little over 3 years, 2 years, I mean. So how would you
Your worst behavior could be
analyze his term of probation?
Well, based on the documentation, because I just started.
Oh, did you? Who was probation before him? Mr. Moody? Okay,
But when I met with him.
he's the one who filed. Didn't he file this? Okay, you've just picked it up. It looks like this was filed back in February. I signed this in March. Okay. So what little time you've had to review him?
Yes, when I met with him in September, at the jail, he stated that he had an addiction to pills and that he wanted treatment in place of the motion to revoke.
Okay. How long have you been addicted here to drugs?
I've been addicted, say once. I'll say since 2016, so.
Okay. I'm saying that because when we, this isn't funny, it's just,
We'll do all right.
it doesn't make any sense. When you're placed on probation, an analysis is, an evaluation is done of you. They ask you questions, you're supposed to give answers truthfully. So that if there's an issue like addiction, we can target that and treat that and deal with that.
Truthfully is the
Before it
optimum word.
explodes into another crime. Which means you must have fudged and you weren't forthright with the probation office because 85% of the probationers are successful, 5 out of 6, which is a great record. We're very proud of it. We hate failure, but we can't read your mind. And an evaluation is done of you when you come into probation. You probably knew that. But the probation office is willing, ready, and able to help you at any time deal with anything. But conditions of probation include right off the bat, don't commit a crime. That's number one. But see, submitting to a substance abuse assessment, follow a recommended treatment plan. I mean, that had to have been done. They must have assessed you and you must have told them you don't have a problem. You didn't, you don't use drugs illegal. And
Can I say something, Your Honor?
yeah,
I had asked Mr. Moody and the supervisor I was trying to get to the shelter in Port Arthur because I didn't have a place to stay with me and my kids.
wait, when did you express that concern?
I had expressed that to the supervisor and Mr. Moody like twice, sir.
When?
I want to say during my probation. During my probation, sir.
Well, you've been on probation since 21.
Yeah, I expressed that to him like.
And wait, and you're telling me he just ignored helping you in every way?
They said I had to have my ducks in a row. I got called in the office. They said I had to have my ducks in a row.
No,
Judge, don't believe it. Not even a little bit. Not even gonna give him one iota of lead on that one.
that's not the way our probation office, they work directly under us. I know how. They're selfless people. They don't have anything to gain by not helping. They have everything to gain by helping. That's what they do. They sought this out for a living, helping people.
Your Honor, I really did ask them, Your Honor. I asked them numerous times, sir.
Let me ask you
Yes,
this.
sir. Yes, sir.
Even if that were true, you're the one that makes the choice. Okay. And trying to infer blame on him because they don't, she's not happy being up here. They hate to be up here because it's treated like a kind of a failure that they couldn't get you across the finish line. I know how they feel.
Good luck
That's the
tomorrow.
only people that are hired up there are the people who want probationers to be successful. Don't blame them.
No, Your Honor.
But you're talking to me now about 7 years, a problem with drugs, and you never expressed that one time to them on your own? Or they're supposed to read your mind?
No, sir.
No, I know. We all know. We know the way it works. Just nobody likes to see a failure. We don't like failure. It's frustrating. We wished everybody could come across the finish line, successful.
Happy to have you lurking. Thank you for
Your Honor,
coming.
state's just requesting 10 years TDC to run, I guess concurrently with this new case, if he does decide to plead on that one as well. Again, he's given a break on probation for burglary of habitation, and he's caught with drugs in his kid's backpack. So that's why the state feels 10 years would be appropriate.
Your Honor, the information that I have tells me that he did report regularly on probation. I don't think he had an issue with reporting. I believe he's been doing his community service. I think he's been trying to do right, but obviously he's got a drug problem messed up. And I've discussed with him maybe some options, which may be an appropriate option since he is acknowledging his drug dependency would be safety. And I think that maybe that would be a good option. Continuing on probation and order safety as a condition of probation.
And from probation. Anything else you want to add?
You'll have to go back to the last case when he was messing with that camera.
Let's see pre-sentence report real quickly, please.
He doesn't like his face on camera. He moves it on purpose, I'm sure.
When did you take over from John?
7/13.
Got indicted here for this new one on,
You know how the judge was talking about how his team, the people that work under him, are selfless? That guy's the 100% opposite. He's nothing but selfish. That's the only way that you can hide your dope in your kid's backpack with their clothes. That's the only way, is if everything that you do in life revolves around you and no one else. Seriously. I mean, think, depending on what was in those drugs, the residue gets on his kids' clothes, interacts with their skin, and they could overdose. That's happened countless times from that stuff. Man, I just wish people would think the harm that they do, especially to those kids. Like, I probably would not be this mad if it was not for those kids. I know I wouldn't be. Oh, repeat offender, had drugs and guns. It happens. That's what they do. But you add the element of a child and his blatant stupidity to it, and I'm fired up.
oh, you haven't been charged with these new cases, huh?
We have a new possession case. That's what we're holding up on. To determine what happens over much of their life.
We were indicted. Yeah, just a few weeks ago.
I know Judge is hoping he's better.
Takes forever to get those results back. I mean, that was sent off in February, and
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And I'm printing the PSI. I'll run and grab it for you.
That's what I was asking. I don't know how he doesn't have more
we'll look
charges.
at that real quick and before. How many felony convictions do you have?
Sir.
Do you have any felony convictions? What about misdemeanor convictions?
TPs, I had marijuana, I got arrested for marijuana. And I was
No, not talking about convictions, not arrests, just convictions.
I don't know, sir. I never been in trouble, sir. I don't know, sir.
Well, if you've never been in trouble, it's nothing.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay.
I was on probation, I wanna say, for the marijuana.
We went to misdemeanor court on that.
I had, yes, and I got probation, but
What happened there?
I had,
Did it get revoked?
no, sir, I just went.
You completed it?
Yes, sir. You want to turn myself in? Not the probation, I just want to turn myself in.
Okay, so in 07, you were placed on a year probation in misdemeanor court for driving while license invalid. That was revoked and you did 15 days in jail, correct?
Yes.
That's not all, though. In 2010, illegal possession of marijuana, 1 year deferred, that was revoked in 2011. And then you were sentenced to 30 days in jail for that.
Email
Correct.
me.
You've never been convicted of a felony offense. Anything else?
No, sir.
If not, I'm going to make the following findings. That you have pleaded true to allegation number 1 in this motion to revoke unadjudicated probation voluntarily, knowingly, intelligently. And that is enough to grant this motion to revoke unadjudicated probation, to approve it by a preponderance of the evidence or greater. I so find your deferred or unadjudicated probation is now revoked. Earlier, you pleaded guilty voluntarily to this underlying offense of burglary of a habitation. You were mentally competent to do so. You understood the consequences of pleading guilty. There was sufficient evidence supporting your guilty plea to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I now find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of that underlying offense of burglary, a second-degree felony, based upon this finding of illegal possession of a controlled substance in allegation one of this motion to revoke probation. And earlier you had pleaded guilty to the deferred or unadjudicated probation voluntarily. You were mentally competent to do so. You understood the consequences of pleading guilty. There was sufficient evidence supporting your guilty plea to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at that time. And I deferred any adjudication of guilt. That time has come to an end. Your deferred or unadjudicated probation is hereby revoked. You were hereby found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of that underlying offense of burglary of a habitation based upon this motion to revoke unadjudicated probation, which I have found true. And you are hereby sentenced to confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to serve a term of 10 years. I'm just going to let that sink in for just a second.
Let it sink
Now,
in hard.
there are some options I have.
Let him rot.
I can place you in prison, and within 180 days, I can bring you back and place you on regular probation under a form of shock probation, and then see if you're still interested in getting help for your problem, which has obviously gotten you into a mess.
He
That would be
deserved
a
it.
responsible way of handling this catastrophe. If not, the 10-year sentence will just serve itself out in time.
Thomas
And that
Mooney,
will
the
be based
psychic.
upon parole decisions by others. What do you want to do?
I want to do right by my kids, y'all.
It's about time. You should have been doing right by your children. I mean, there they are in the car with the crime.
This
Two
judge
crimes.
nails it every time.
You're talking, you're speaking wisdom, but you're not acting wise when you commit these kinds of crimes with your children present. You weren't acting wise when you committed the underlying crime. I'm looking at that. I think I can remember that. And that was a bizarre deal altogether. But it is a way of helping yourself do better and try to somewhat patch this mess back into a package so that you could handle your responsibilities as a father better and as a good role model for the children. But it's your choice.
Could I suggest to the court that the sentence be suspended and he be ordered to safety as a condition of probation?
No, he's going to prison for some time. This is all, the underlying case was terrible.
How dare he even suggest that? A suspended sentence for violation of probation, where he was sitting on the possibility of 10 years for burglarizing someone's home while they were home, and then now was caught with meth and a firearm in his child's backpack with his child's clothing. And you want to white knight him? No. He goes to prison.
Of the burglary. That's unexplainable. And you must have been high on something to pull a stunt like I'm reading. I don't know why you did that, but you shouldn't have been in somebody's home when they're there. in their privacy and scaring them to death.
I actually like spiders.
You can also be shot and killed for that, and they would be given a parade for
I love snakes.
stopping a burglary of a home, because that's a castle, somebody's castle. You're not supposed to disturb it unless you have permission. But you're certainly not supposed to be, while on probation, possessing firearms and drugs and using the kids to facilitate your wrongdoing. That's terrible. So what I'm going to do is review this, set it on the calendar. If the probation office can remind me, I'll also have my staff remind me in 150 days. It's about 5 months.
Don't remind him.
Then
Accidentally forget.
If you have done well in your confinement in prison portion, then the court will be inclined to bring you back. And if you still want some help like you're asking for, then we could put you on regular probation. But every bad act has its consequences. And you can't wrap them all up and say, can I get 2 for $1?
Yes. You
You got to pay for each wrong choice. But that's all about responsibility and accepting responsibility and striving to do better. But that's our plan, and it sounds bleak, but it's a lot better than the ultimate of 10 years in prison. That puts you a generation away, out of touch with your children and family, if you care for them. Okay. Well, let's see if we can work that plan.
And Your Honor, you just want us to hold off on the possession of controlled substance until he comes back and see where he's at on that, and potentially.
Well, what's the difference? It was going to be a disposition, and it was going to be dismissed. And I've disposed of it, but not finally. So it can be dismissed. I would think he's done his part, and it's kind of what I'm doing here. Yeah, because if we'd have just put him on a regular probation right off the bat, it would have been dismissed. Okay. All right. Okay, yeah, well, get me that we can move that one out of the way. Do well, sir.
All right, I'm going to pause it just for 1 second there in between the cases. Yes, unfortunately, the only way that you can support the channel right now is through PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo. All of them are in the description. YouTube will not allow me to monetize until January at the earliest, if I'm lucky, because that's just, how they roll with that. And as far as the P.O. box, until I have some monetization coming in from YouTube or, however, I can't get one yet. But as soon as that avenue is available to me, I will. But you can always email me and we'll talk. So, all right, let's get back.
So I don't have you'll send me a dismissal?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I've way exceeded what they require. I am far surpassed the requirement of subs and hours watched and everything. I stream every night, and I was doing the regular videos and the shorts, prior to going live. I didn't start going live until my birthday, October 12th. Well, yeah, Shane, of course. I just didn't want to do it in the middle of a case because I knew it would be, a couple minutes to explain what YouTube did. I had gotten monetized I set up memberships. It was 99 cents a month. I'd rather have, 10,000 people who can afford to be a member for 99 cents a month than charge people $8.99 and get like 5 people. No, that's no fun. The only reason I'm here is to have fun with my friends, and we all get together and have a great time watching court clips and laughing and yelling at the screen. So money, and this wasn't even ever a plan for me. So money is really not my end all be all goal. I mean, it'd be nice, but it is what it is. I'll still be here doing this, whether I'm monetized or not. But I hit monetization. I hit all the standards and everything. And they took it away because the clips that I used to make that I uploaded only for the purpose of having an avenue of sending edited clips to Mike, because I was cutting out all the phone numbers and addresses. I was cutting out all the dead air and learning how to do it, because that's how I learned to edit. I taught myself. And I sent the clips to Mike by uploading them on my channel. And then people started finding me, and that's how this all happened. But those clips, I didn't get them all taken down because they were intermixed with other videos and clips. And I didn't get them all taken down. And if you don't put anything with them, no commentary, no face, no graphics and clip arts and words popping up, then they just consider it reused content. Fair, legit. So they flagged me for reuse and they took away my monetization, and I appealed it. And I said, I took all those down. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, apparently I missed a couple, and they found them, of course, because they're sneaky like that. And now I can't reapply until January. So it is what it is. January, I'll reapply. Hopefully I'll get it. If not, I'm still here. But yes, I love you all, and I appreciate the support that I have gotten. If anybody is able to drop me, a couple bucks, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, however you can, I greatly appreciate it. And if you're not able, then just come and chat, talk to us, subscribe, and we'll just still have fun. And I truly do. You guys are the reason I'm here. I absolutely love you.
Charles Harrell, David.
He's in custody, that would be a plea drawn.
Okay, we need Mr. Harrell. Who are you, sir? Mr. Westbrook? Yeah, we're gonna go, well, come on, David, with Westbrook.
Yes, sir.
Well, you're here. You got the same lawyer as the other guy.
When you
We're gonna do
can.
Mr. Westbrook, and if you can put Mr. Harrell in the bullpen. Just one case on Mr. Westbrook, right?
Yes, sir.
18-29522 is now called. You are James Gregory Westbrook,
Yes, sir.
present with your attorney, Mr. Groveman, the state's attorney. You are currently on probation for evading detention with a motor vehicle, and there is a first amended motion to revoke probation that is pending, filed as of August 2nd. Hello, 2019.
Yes, sir.
Just creeped up on you like that.
Where have we been?
Your Honor, he's been in the state of
Somewhere else?
Georgia DOC, and he was paroled out, and we had to take him back into custody.
Okay,
Kind of.
Yes, sir, Judge. He originally was in Texas Department of Criminal Justice. The court tried to get him back as early as 2019.
why was he there?
Uh,
A Chambers County office.
Chambers County,
office, yes,
okay.
sir. He then went to Georgia, and he was been in Georgia until 2023. Was
For what?
brought back. The court had some problems getting him back. It involved the sheriff's office, I believe. They didn't want to go get him.
Well,
Your Honor, at the time that
I think they I'm gonna defend them. I know them to
Well-
be pretty effective. I don't think they just did because they didn't want to do their job at all. I'm sure there was some kind of a legal
It's like, there's a
snafu.
problem with their plane and some things like that, but they didn't go to get him, and he was not picked
That's
up.
correct. I was placed on release January 13th, below, in 4.5 years straight, between Texas and Georgia. Released January 13th on parole, and parole and felony probation are in the same office in Georgia. So when I reported to parole, I told parole, I said, well, I have probation in Texas, and I was told to report to Georgia for probation because it's transferred out there. It was on the last page. He said, we cleared you in all 50 states, you wouldn't have made parole to get probation in Texas. I said, well, I wrote the judge, I wrote you judge several times on incarcerated. I wrote the court clerk, Tammy Smith, I wrote the sheriff's department, telling them I'm incarcerated still. Is there any way we can do a video for it so we can take care of this, or can I be extradited out there so we can take care of this before I'm released? I never got no responses back really, except for a piece of paper, which I have right here that was sent back to me from the courthouse, which is the judgment against me. While I was incarcerated, I got my GED, I got 3 degrees through IRS Technical College.
How much time does he have, Greg?
Well, Judge, I'll have to look and see if we had a hold on him.
There's a bench warrant as early as 2019 trying to get him back.
July 5th of 2019.
And
I just-
I believe. it's
But you've been
incarcerated.
serving, but you were serving your sentence at some other location in some prison, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been in.
Oh, okay,
He's been in prison, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I've been in custody the whole time.
okay. Well, you're serving out I think that's a problem to get them.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Westbrook, at the time he was placed on probation, actually had a warrant from Georgia because of the fact he had not reported for that probation. He was placed on our probation. Chambers County had a detainer. He was sent to Chambers County and then to Georgia. During that time, he was notified that he still had to report for intake to Jefferson County, as well as sent to correspondence while he was in Gibbs State Jail.
Okay.
Mr. Westbrook has sent correspondence that has been responded to by myself and Ms. Shapiro in regards to the fact that we had a warrant, a detainer was in place. We were waiting on his extradition to be approved and his release from this Department of Corrections by the state of Georgia. So upon his release, when we found out, then we had to retract the detainer.
Okay.
So he has never actually reported.
Okay. He never actually reported for what?
For intake on your case.
Never had an actual chance to really report.
Yeah, so he was sentenced on September 17th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
So what happened after that day?
Once we placed him on probation, then he was transferred to Chambers County where he was sentenced.
Wait, but you placed, okay, we placed him on probation, but I know y'all like doing immediate intake.
He wasn't released.
I signed paperwork here in the courtroom.
Yeah, you signed paperwork and.
And then they were directed to report to our office upon their release.
Okay.
And then,
So that's the deal. His feet never get on the ground.
oh no, they hit on the ground. And he was in Georgia
Oh,
and he picked up
is this
new
the
offenses.
eluded?
Yes, sir.
Fleeing or attempting to elude on July 9th?
Yes, sir.
All those offenses, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And Douglas
Wait,
County.
hold on. That says he committed that offense on July 9th, which was before September.
Had the warrant.
Oh, it was a year later.
Yes, sir, about 9 months afterwards. I
Uh,
was released from Larry Giz for about 30 days. I still hadn't any warrants in Georgia. Warrants I had discussed with y'all here when I was here. So I still had warrants there that I had taken care of. And then when I got back to Georgia, I got into trouble there driving. And when they arrested me, they got me for fleeing. So I had to flee into.
Why would you do that?
I'm an idiot.
Okay. Well, I don't know if
I'm not
you're
gonna lie.
an idiot,
I-
but you
I
were
was just-
acting,
Wasn't thinking.
you were
Just
certainly acting
scared
foolish.
and wasn't thinking I'm the idiot. And
All right.
but what I did have the year here. I had the 3.5 there, 6 years they gave me. I completed, I completed my parole there, and while I was incarcerated, I did get my GED. I got OSHA certified, safe certified. I did basic computer skills, right. I completed tier program that Larry gives. I completed MRT. I completed reentry. I completed motivation for change. I also worked the entire time I was there. I passed all my drug tests while I was in prison, and also the 5.5 months I was on parole in Georgia. I passed all my drug tests and was in no trouble since then. I haven't had any trouble at all. That's
Okay.
when
Well,
I-
you're not here because you didn't get in any trouble since then. That's not the part you're here for. You're here for the problems that you caused on the wrong choices that happened, I guess, before all of that.
You understand what the judge is saying?
Yeah. There are 13 allegations of violations of probation here. 13. Failing to report, failing to pay, committing the offense of fleeing or attempting to elude, failure to obey a stop sign, committing the offense driving on roadway laned for traffic. I don't know what that is. Driving on roadway laned for traffic.
All charges were dismissed.
It's not his first time. The PSI shows he's got over 2.5 pages worth of conduct before he was 40.
Committing while license suspended. Committing the offense of fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer. That's the day after the previous, the allegation number 3 here was another fleeing or attempted to elude a day before. Committing the offense of headlights, loitering or prowling, operating a motor vehicle without registration or valid. I don't know what that's. Committing the offense of obstruction of officers. Was that a location other than your residence at 1149? Location other than your residence right after about 1 a.m. at another time. Failing to immediately find a safe place in the roadway to stop. Well, this July 9th and July 10th is everything that this first amended is all about. 2 days worth of 10 violations. And then before that was failing to report for intake and. Okay, so how long were you, what was your sentence in Georgia?
6 years.
So, and they released you for that,
Yes, 3.5 years.
for parole or something.
Yeah, parole.
So you did that.
I completed that, sir. 5.5 months. I was released from parole. 2 days later, they came out and arrested me saying I had an extradition warrant to Texas. And like I said, when I left up, I already had warrants pending. I should have just turned myself right in when I got there. I wouldn't have got held up in the mess that I was in. Georgia didn't extradite me back from here, back to Georgia, like y'all did.
Okay, hold on. The numbers aren't just working out. I placed you on probation on September 17th of 2018. All of this hits the fan on July 9th and July 10th of 2019. So that's 11 months later.
Yes, sir.
What happened in that 11 months?
That was the background she gave you where he didn't get out of custody. He went from here to Chambers County.
Into the GIST
And then he goes to.
Gist for what?
for Chambers County.
For Chambers County.
Then he goes
served
to-
almost a year there.
He goes to Georgia and gets out there,
Yes, sir.
commits all those offenses, never once reporting to us. And it almost sounds like today he's blaming us for the fact that he's had to wait this amount of time to be
Okay.
here.
Well, let's get to the, let me see how this ends. What's the state asking for? And why?
My trial partner has offered him 5 years TDC. I'll stand by that.
Okay. Well, who was that?
Mike,
Okay, he's getting ready for trial.
yes, sir.
Okay. What are you
Judge,
saying?
basically, this is one of those things where he never really got out. Went to Chambers County, serves almost a year, less than a year, but almost a year.
But he's
here.
on probation.
Yes, sir.
And
And he's on probation, then he's released, and he goes back to Georgia. And obviously, the court saw that he violated his probation. I mean, there's not any doubt about that. but then he's been incarcerated for like 3.5 years in Georgia,
Yeah.
serving that 6-year sentence. He is brought back to Jefferson County. He really hadn't been on probation but a couple of months when he was not incarcerated.
Yeah, but he was on probation long enough to
There's no doubt.
commit a bunch of crimes.
And he's not getting up here to saying that he didn't do any of those things. He's just saying
You're
that,
so darling.
just so the court will understand, he's been incarcerated for since 2018, basically, except for
Yeah,
a
but
couple months.
incarcerated for what you were doing in other states, sir. Every crime has its consequences that have to be paid for. You don't go out and say, well, can I get 10 for $1?
Yes, sir. And since then, though, since he's been incarcerated, unlike a lot of folks, he did something well with his time. He first got a GED. Then he also continued on with some additional education. Now, he was incarcerated the whole time when he got this, but he now has a number of other things that will help him.
Where are you living?
I live in Villa Georgia with my mother and father now. I was going through a lot of stuff at the time. I had lost my family 10 years ago, a little more than 10 years ago.
Okay.
So I started drinking.
Showing in the computer that was great.
So I'll have to call and see.
Could you find out?
When detainers were
Can see what-
placed and how long they were placed on them.
I've got him feeling the drinking real bad. And I just was in
Why?
where I lost my family. I separated from my ex and my kids, and I hadn't seen them in 4 or 5 years.
But
I mean,
hold on.
no one's problem.
Hold on.
Let the judge ask the question.
That's not the way to handle
I understand it.
problems,
Now I understand.
which we all have. We all can say, we're just gonna have suicidal thoughts. A bad thing has happened. And that's not, I mean, we all have good days, bad days, and some real terrible days, what all of us do, but we just don't run to self annihilation, you know? But it's life.
Yeah.
And life has setbacks, and you just don't say, okay, I'm not gonna have to pay for that because it was a terrible thing that happened. And sometimes you gotta pay for the way you respond to problems. If you respond incorrectly.
I understand what you're saying.
All right.
And I take-
What,
and I take
what's
full
the substance of his crimes here that he's committed that we're talking about? Looks like some eluding and stuff like that. What was in there?
Seems to be it's even the gist of what's in that PSI, Judge.
What's
Similar
it?
conduct.
Well, other than sending him to driver's ed for the rest of his life, what else, what do you think we need to be doing with him? You know,
In general, he just
This
needs
is
to be held
a heck
responsible
of a
for his
lot of-
criminal conduct.
these are,
Yeah,
I
do
don't
have
see
the
any
two
capital murders here or any, but
Luckily, they're
these
not
are
violent
two,
offenses.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Your Honor, I
About
do have the
40
two.
violations, less serious, but 40, my goodness.
It gets
Those are
messier.
offense reports from Douglas and Carroll County, Georgia, that
Just
are
wait.
allegations in the first amended.
All right, I see this one. Thank you. And it's just really asking for trouble. I mean, the police, when they see that, they're not going to just ignore you. They're going to chase you down, and they're going to chase you until they get you.
The offense that we're dealing with here, he was eluding the officers at 100 miles per hour. Again, we're just lucky that it resolved the way that it did and not in something worse.
Yeah.
Judge.
Thank you. So, while in prison, what have you done to help yourself again? You got your GED. What about that? Are you addicted to anything, or did they help you in any of that?
Yeah, like I said, I took moral recombination therapy program out of there. I took a motivation for change, reentry. Also took me 9 months, to put 9 months into my GED. I had to go to class 2 nights a week, for 9 months. The guy did finally. And I got, Wiregrass Technical College brought their classroom in, so I got a basic Wiregrass Technical College.
Yeah, hold on, Tex. You're talking real fast.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, slow down, Tex.
Wiregrass.
Wiregrass
I
Technical College,
know.
brought their classroom in.
I'll put
and
one
I got a
together.
basic
I
computer
just feel
skills
bad about it.
degree.
Okay,
I also got a degree with on-the-job training for grounds maintenance and grounds maintenance supervisor there, because I ran the dump truck and worked outside doing all the trash pickup while I was there.
here,
And like I said, I was certified and it took a.
all right. Here, does the defendant waive a formal reading of this? Can we proceed in summary?
Yes, Your Honor.
In summary, this first amended motion to revoke probation, sir, and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any statements you make will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So
Lower your hand. This states that on September 17th, 2018, you were sentenced to 10 years in prison, probated for 10 years for evading detention with a motor vehicle. Is that true in this case?
yes, sir.
One, state you committed, I'm sorry, not one. 3, you committed the offense of fleeing or attempting to elude on or about July 9th, 2019 in Carroll County, Georgia, in violation of your probation order. Is that true?
Yes, sir. So yes, sir.
That's how I feel about you guys. You're my friends.
Number 7, on or about July 10th, 2019, in Carroll County, Georgia, you committed the offense of fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading true to allegations 3 and 7
Yes, sir.
of this first amended motion to revoke probation
Yes, sir.
voluntarily and because those are true?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand by pleading knowingly and intelligently to one or more violations of your probation, that is enough to grant this motion to revoke probation? Your probation can be revoked and you can be sentenced no less than 2 nor more than 10 years confinement in prison. Knowing that, do you insist on pleading true today?
So,
I find you are pleading true voluntarily. You understand and appreciate the ramifications and consequences of pleading true. Now, I hear what everybody, I think I've heard what everybody's saying, which everybody has a good point. Here's what I think we're going to do. This is my responsibility. I'm going to find there is sufficient evidence here to support this first amended motion to revoke probation, to grant it and revoke your probation and sentence you to prison. However, what I'm going to do is suspend all of that, hold that in abeyance, and you will continue your probation on our watch. Now, you're living in Georgia.
live in Georgia, yes.
We'll have to make some arrangements to see if we can courtesy supervise over there. If we can, we can. If not, we can't. I'd rather them do that if they would be so kind as to do that.
Can you do a call-in report, maybe?
There's a way of doing it. You're on our probation. We can't just give you. We just can't give somebody else our probation. We've got to deal with our responsibilities. But you have to understand you're on thin ice.
I understand.
Governor, if I may, I did not hear what sentence you're suspending.
There is no sentence. He's sentenced to 10 years in prison, probated for 10 for this.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
he's looking at the sentence of 10 years.
Thank you for the clarification.
I haven't granted the motion, revoked him and sentenced him yet. We're still in the same position we were in back on the day I put him on probation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
But did y'all catch the yet? So he's at this very moment on probation for 10 years, facing 10 years.
But you've run out of wiggle room. I'm thinking well, first of all, we're going to figure out if they can accept you. If they can't, you're going to end up doing probation here somehow.
Judge.
That's just the way it is.
Yes, sir.
Because that's the price I mean, I don't feel sorry. I mean, he's got himself in this. So, yeah, but he could use some more supervision, realizing that you don't have any wiggle room.
They're all spoiled fat butts.
Your Honor, I do believe he's still on parole.
Ma'am,
I do believe he's still on parole.
okay,
From Georgia, so he would be under supervision by the state of Georgia.
yeah, but still, somebody's got to accept him. Somebody's got to accept him over theirs for courtesy supervision. I don't know who would do that. It'd have to be a probation officer. I mean, parole people don't work the same way on probations. That's why that's handled by probation officers. I mean, it'd be simple just to say, you've done enough. I sentenced you to 5 years or 10 years, but I think you need supervision. I mean, you can look around, but you hadn't done well. You left a mess behind you.
I thought I did pretty good though while I was in.
When you're in prison, is that what you want to do? Go back? It's simple. Is that what you want? If you're doing so well there, do you want to go back? I can sentence you between 5 and 10 years in prison. No, but you got to act responsibly, or else you're going to go back to Texas prison. Anyway, I don't know how hard that's going to be, but until we can work it out, you're going to be held in custody. I want to review this in a few weeks, see where we are on him.
Well, Judge, are you not allowing him to go to Georgia
Yeah,
immediately?
We got to have him set up there to go, right? They've got to. How do you?
For interstate compact, he would be able to return based on the fact that you're disposing the motion, but the motion has to be disposed of.
The motion is not.
Then he won't be allowed to return with a motion pending.
So you're telling me that he has. What you're saying though is one of two things. I can dismiss the motion, which is not founded based upon. I mean, there's more than one. It only takes one. That would be an insult to justice. Or I can just throw him in prison, which is another insult to me. There ought to be something other than those two options.
And right there, that is why I love Judge Stevens. He takes his position so seriously, so absolute seriously. He's not going to just, oh, well, this is too hard to figure out, so we'll just let it pass. We'll dismiss it, or no pros, or whatever, He's not going to do that. Just because it's hard doesn't mean it doesn't need to get done. This is a mess. And it's a mess made by that man. And Judge Stevens has to be the one to clean it up. He's got to be the one to find a way, or delegate it to his people to find a way. But now this guy has this huge mess running between Texas and what was it, Georgia, I think was the other one. He's made a absolute terrible position. And now they've got to figure out a workaround, how they can have him on probation facing his charges there while he's still on parole. And, in and out of the system there, you know. Good. I'm glad he got his GED in prison. Good for him. Doesn't solve what he did. He still has to face the punishment.
What do we do for people who were placed on probation and then they're, you know,
I understand,
Well,
Your Honor, but he's had total disregard for your order from the beginning. And in most circumstances, when someone
and
in
he
your
wouldn't be the
court,
first one who ended up serving time in another state, and we kept him on probation. That wouldn't be
I'm
unique.
just asking if the court would allow it, then we either are gonna have to, per interstate compact, the violation that is alleged, he would be able to return to the state of Georgia, but there has to be a disposition, a violation disposition.
Now,
I can try it. I mean, I don't have a problem trying it. But the court needs to be aware that there is a huge possibility that he will not be allowed to return.
Okay,
But then we're setting him up for failure because he has no support
Okay.
system here in Texas.
you were, yeah, okay, then the motion is granted and you will serve 30 days in this county jail on that motion.
and then he would stay on the probation.
Yeah, and
And the
you're on
thing, the
you're on
day of
probation.
discharge would be the same.
That would
and all
be
of that,
a
and that would
sanction that we
dispose
can
of it.
impose.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what we'll do.
And then the motion would be dismissed and he's serving a 30-day sanction. And in that time, we can reach out to Georgia and have instructions in place for when he is released from our county, he can return to Georgia immediately.
No, I don't think it's the dismissal. I don't think it's dismissed. I think it's just served and as
So if I'm understanding this correctly, and by all means, chat, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But if I'm understanding it correctly, he had charges in Texas, and he was supposed to, as soon as they got done sentencing him, he was supposed to report to probation. Instead of reporting to probation, he flipped off to another happy land, and then he got charges there, and he went to prison there. And while he was in prison, he got his GED and did all this amazing stuff and took courses, and he's such a good man now. He's gotten out. Okay. He still has not served his probation time for the crimes that he committed that he flipped off on. He just took off. So now they've got to backtrack and deal with his original charges in Texas. Except for now, he's set up life in another state.
in that violation, that term, he's sentenced to 30 days in jail. And so it's the motion
Well, he
is
did 10 years.
satisfied,
Yes, sir.
but he's picking up the 10-year probation. You're 5 years into probation. You have 5 more years to go on our probation. I think that's the way to handle it under this set of circumstances. But it'd be easy to just do 5 years and send him on his way, but I'd rather him 5 years under supervision, knowing if he violates the probation, we still have a 10-year sentence over your head, stirring you to do the right thing. You understand?
Sure.
No, but you have your choice. I mean, it's kind of like have it your way here. They're saying 5 years in prison, revoke it and sentence you to 5 years in prison, and you won't have to do any more probation supervision. But I mean, that sounds to me to be accepting failure. I mean, probation is follow the rules like everybody else is supposed to do. Unless you feel like you're completely total failure, but I don't think you are.
No, I get my GEDs.
Yeah, okay, there you go. But all this is just do the things I have to do. It's just, they're enumerated in your probation order, but it's follow the rules. Okay, that is all.
Judge, I, just out of trying to protect myself and also, the defendant here, I think we need to have another hearing on this sometime when this is all done. I need to talk to my client and tell him that this is not, the court did not go along with our plea bargain, therefore his right to appeal, if he wanted to do so. I'm not saying he would, I don't think he would, but I need to discuss this with him before we move on, if the court would allow that in a week or something.
I've heard that
Yeah.
before.
I mean, I'm not sure that I understand it well enough to explain it to him, but I think that I understand it probably better than he does and some of the ramifications this might have. And I think if we just came back then, it would give us all some time to try to see what would work out. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but I think that.
Sounds like you are, but.
Well, I think he still has his right to appeal, and that's the thing that concerns me, Judge, and I'm not saying he would want to do that, but he might rather do that, I guess is my point, and I hadn't talked to him, so I
Well,
don't
here's
know.
the deal is that, he's still on my probation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There's no doubt about that, and I'm not saying you
Okay.
could, Judge. I just think I need to talk to him to tell
Yeah.
him some things that I'm not sure he understands.
Well, you're saying all this, but he's looking me in the eye and say, I don't want 5 years.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I gotta do 30 more days and then I can.
He says, he says, I don't want that. So you're the one that says he wants it.
I can go.
No, sir, I'm saying I want to.
Do you, do you want to accept the deal or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
5 years in prison?
No, not 5 years in prison.
Just because I'm granting the motion, but I'm not.
Right, you're doing this so I can go home and start back on probation.
Yeah, you're still on
I
probation.
should be on probation.
But the deal was your probation would be revoked and you would be sentenced to 5 years in prison.
And it's if it is your option, I'm not saying it is, because it's up to the judge. But you would rather do that than take the 5 years.
Of course.
Okay, Judge, I think I've done what I needed to do.
All right.
You don't have to do that, but.
His attorney is just trying to cover all bases and make sure that, nothing is left open to be taken up on appeal. But he sure does not sound like he's representing the best interests or the desires of his client in that moment. I know he is. He's trying. He's trying to make sure all options are laid out on the table so that there's no question that his client was presented with every option. But he almost sounded like he was advocating for his client to go back to prison, and his client didn't want to. I have heard many, many times before that people will get conditioned to the life of prison. They literally have their own towns in prison, their own communities. People have hierarchies of who's in charge, who runs the commissary and the, what's that word? When they have stuff that they're not supposed to have. Golly, I used to know that term too. It's in there somewhere, but it's fighting hard. Excuse me. But yeah. So they literally create their own environment where they're the bosses. Contraband, thank you. Yes. We have a winner. Second place. Yeah. I unfortunately know a lot of people who have been to prison or spent significant amounts of time in jail. And I've heard lots and lots of stories about it. And you want to hear the funniest thing? I know this is off topic, but the one thing I've heard repeatedly from them of what gets them when they get out, the thing that messes with them the most. Can you guys guess what it is? I'm going to give just a few seconds. Guess when they get out, what bothers them the most and triggers them the most? Yeah, very much so. All right. Time's up. Colors. In prison, there's 5 colors. All the guards and everybody's all wearing the same colors. All the uniforms are, same colors for groups. There's not a lot of variation. Everything's very structured. The walls are all one color. The bars are all one color. Hell, half the time the food's one color. And then they get out and the world is so multicolored that they just can't handle it. I've heard that a lot, that's what bothers them. And it takes a little bit of time for that to reset in their brain and for them to feel okay around so much of that. It's an entirely different world. And there's countless cases of prisoners who will, shank someone at random 2 days before they're set to get released just so they can stay. Because that's the only life they know.
Let me know if you change your mind. But that's where you're going to pick up your probation, and we're going to try to get it over there. If we can't, we'll have to bring you back and deal with it then.
But can you stress to Mr. Westbrook that he is not to leave the state of Texas until
No,
he is
he's
approved?
yeah, until it's approved. Yeah, you've got to stay here, and but the probation office is going to come see you up in jail. But you just can't trot on. If you trot on off without approval, then there you go. There'll be another motion to revoke filed.
So they're just going to interstate company. Is that what this is going to interstate company?
Which is, let me just say, not the simplest
I understand, but
trail to follow in the woods. It's very convoluted, and a lot of dots and both parties have to approve everything. Because a lot of times people in Georgia, they go, that's Texas problem, not ours. Now you're making it our problem.
I understand.
But but at the end of the day, the problems are what we deal with. But the question is, the defendants are the human beings it's human lives.
And I wouldn't have a problem staying in Texas, but like I said, she says, I'm from Georgia.
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
4 counties and city out there, roots, but I have nothing else.
Here,
Whether you have something.
I hope
else,
the most important thing, or I hope making messes are behind you.
So that works.
Okay.
Well, there's that one. I really hope, for all the positive things that guy did while he was in prison, I really hope that it was enough for him to continue making those positive changes and to continue doing well. Because he deserves a good life just as much as anyone else. And I want nothing but the best for him. The so-called dad, on the other hand, I hope he does well. And I hope he gets exactly what he deserves in life. That sounded nice, didn't it? All right, let's see who's next. Oh, you know what we should do? We should, since I played the opener of it.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Is this for the 130 court?
Court has not started yet, but yes, it's the 130 court.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll remute myself.
Thanks, Katrina.
Ma'am? Ma'am? That's it. Okay.
There should be someone for the Smith case. She sent, of course, I leave at 12:30 and she sends in something at 12:35. That could be her.
Warren Wegner, are you on?
Yeah, I was trying to send her a note saying, sorry, I can't call you because I'm running to court.
No, this is the wish.com version of Maribel's courtroom. I came across this a while ago. Mike actually ran one of my clips from it, golly, a few months back. And I fell in love with this courtroom. It's called Clallam County. And the prosecutor is wish.com Jerrigier. The clerk lady is the Timu Katrina. I swear, oh my goodness. The judge is a rap of Middleton and Marable and every other judge that we love. Absolutely. The judge that's on tonight is a new one though. It's not the one that we usually have. But this one's an old cranky man and I love it. He doesn't say a whole lot. But when he gets on that clown girl, that was funny.
And then Berlinda, Bertilda, are you on?
Should be on 2.
Okay, so we're gonna do all of Bertilda's at 2.
Yes.
Okay. That's what she was just saying. Okay, so that one's continued.
When he ran it, he was like, I don't know how old this clip is. It was from that morning.
John Dirty presiding.
Thank you, Lucy.
He thought it was like a 10-year-old clip.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I was kind of hoping an outside counsel was on, Maureen Wegner. She's with Mrs. Smith's case. And I just got, I mean, literally just got a document I was printing off. Haven't had the chance to read it. But we have an evaluation. I just haven't had a chance to read it or look at it. And I don't see our attorney though, because I was trying to see the ones we can do quickly.
Let's see.
We have the update on Miss Arnold's case. She's the one that lives in Ohio.
My understanding, so this is the weird thing here, is that it's been paid in full.
Okay.
I don't know about court costs, but the victim paid this in full
Okay.
and said that they would like the case dismissed.
Okay.
I kind of had a long conversation about enabling and I was just told this was.
I don't think I've ever heard of that before. The victim paid the fines in full. And then the attorney called the victim and explained what enabling was and that that was not helpful. But they did it and they want the charges dismissed. I've not ever heard of that. I think the victim was mom, possibly some family member for sure.
What they wanted to do.
Okay.
And that she's back in Ohio and probably not returning. So I'm gonna hand up a dismissal and a bit of a shake of my head.
That's your outside counsel.
Okay, I was dealing with the Wagner. It's Bradley. Okay. Okay, Your Honor. So that's on Christina Arnold. We just say that's closed. We're not going to worry about court costs because I don't want the parents paying for that as well. Those are this afternoon. Miss Arnold, I think you're muted. I dismissed this at the request of your mother for her paying the housing authority for the damages that you did. I just going to leave that where it's at and move on. Miss Smith is here, but her attorney's not. I don't think. Stesnick or Warren Wagner? Is there anybody with the Stesnick firm?
And there you see Miss Smith with the giant yellow bow tie. When she first walked in the courtroom, I don't know if y'all caught it, but Temu version Katrina told her to take her wig off or she was sitting there, she had this giant red afro clown wig. Yeah, she was told to take it off in court.
Bradley Johnson Lawyers. And that's who he said Bradley, it's the law firm. His name Bradley Johnson. The person I've been dealing with is Maureen Mariko Wagner. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's them. Your Honor, I think then if we've done with Arnold, sorry, I was trying to see where I'm putting cases that are done.
We always say we like lawyers in bow ties.
You signed that order? Yep. Okay, so Arnold's done. And is Mr.
It was just set 2 weeks ago. I mean, it was set today.
Yeah, because it's supposed to get an eval. The eval was done. We hadn't got a copy of it. And then I got it when I was at lunch, so I have not looked at it.
Oh,
So
I see it here.
hoping they're on, because then we're gonna have to continue our case, but I can at least have the attorney on and know that we're doing that.
Want to put it aside and just see if.
Yeah, the goal is, and the attorney, I think, was planning to be here, so I don't think that's an issue. It's just they haven't logged on yet. And then we have, I guess we could do Christopher Betts. Is Christopher Betts online? Or in the courtroom?
I'm here.
Okay, that's.
All right, so Mr. Betts is here on Zoom, Your Honor, and we were waiting to see if he got his license. He's pro se.
You have your license?
I do not have my license yet, but I have all my fines paid. I'm waiting for the adjudications to be sent over to the courts. I'm waiting for them to be processed through the courts so I can go get my license. But I've got those 4 tickets out of collections and back on a payment plan, and one of them paid off, and I'm almost there.
How much time before you're all the way there? Not almost.
They said like this is 4 days ago. They said it could be up to a week and a half before their process gets through to the paperwork, and then I can go down and retake my drive.
Maybe the 4th of December. Yeah, how about we say the 4th of December, Your Honor? That's a little bit more than a month, but if he gets his license beforehand, he can always come in, show the court a copy of his license and insurance, and then we can do an ex parte amendment to a no vol, which is an infraction. So
he says he's gonna reduce it to a no vol, which is like a speeding ticket, so it won't hamper your record. If you can get it done by the 4th of December. So we'll set this for the 4th of December and work around that. But if, like Mr. Flex says, if you get it earlier, just call him and he can make the arrangements. We can just do it over the phone or Zoom or whatever and close it out.
Okay, what is his name again?
Mr. Fleck, it's just called the city attorney's office, or if you get it, send a copy of it into the court and we'll do it from there.
Okay.
Otherwise, the 4th of December.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, now you understand you have to be here on the 4th of December unless someone else tells you you don't have to be.
Okay.
Because you're gonna get a warrant if you get this goofed up, so make sure you got all your ducks in a row when you do whatever.
Actually up there and be there in person?
If you don't have your license, you have to be on Zoom or in person on the 4th of December. If you get your license before then, get a copy to the court, and then we can amend it down to the infraction.
Yes, sir.
So put it another way, this is all on you.
I understand. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now I understand if you get this deal, you won't have a criminal record. You won't have a record about any kind of, you won't have a problem. You may take the deal that Mr. Fleck's offering you. So work with him, get it straightened out. He'll control dates and times. So stay with his office.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm going to just ask, is there an attorney from Bradley Johnson on?
Yes, Your Honor. I am here for Joanne Smith.
Okay, and this is Mr. Sternick, or Stresnick, this is one of the ones we dealt with. Ms. Smith is here, the client's here. I got something from your firm at 12:35 while I was at lunch. So I've not even had a chance to look at it. I've printed it. So I would suggest we continue this out to the 20th of November, and then maybe you or your,
Let me check with the attorney records calendar and see if that works. The 20th of November, okay. Is there anything further out?
4th of December?
Let's see here. And I apologize. I don't have a tie or suit on. I'm in a sling right now. I'm kind of busted up a little bit, so I apologize. What time was
1:30 on the 4th of December.
Let's do that.
Okay, Ms. Smith, your attorney is there. So we'll see you back at 1:30 on the 4th of December, and there'll be something mailed to you. Okay? All right, thank you.
Just a second. Ms. Smith, this is a courtroom. Can we do things a little differently here? One thing we don't do is dress up in clown costumes and come to court. I think you probably have a party or something you're attending, so that's why you're dressed like that.
Yes.
Don't come back here looking like that again.
I will. I was going to the birthday party afterwards.
I understand. I'm just saying, you're off for the day. Next time.
No, I'll be my regular clothes.
Whatever.
Whatever. Mr. Sternick, is that, I think that's it. 4th of December.
That's
okay.
Perfect. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, counsel.
But
I love the grumpy old man. Whatever. That just made my night when I heard it.
next one I'd have is Curtis Calloway, Your Honor. He's got a group of cases. He's here. Your Honor, I can say we're going to have to ask for a continuance. We had a conversation with the alleged victim this morning. She's in Bellingham. We are still trying to get police records. on her victim's medical. So we're trying to get that information sorted out. She is indisposed probably for a month, so we'd ask to set this for the 11th of December.
So happy to have you, Marty.
And I don't see Mr.
Everyone else
Gasnick.
too.
You agree with that, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, sir.
All the conditions.
Oh, he's
remain the same,
here.
Everything.
That Gasnick guy, well, he's not here. He's appearing by video.
Yep, there you are.
Yes, here I are.
So this is one of your
Right,
clients.
I heard what you said, and you said December 10th?
December 11th.
December 11th. Yeah, I think that's going to necessitate a waiver of speedy. Do we have to do a waiver of speedy trial if we do that?
Maybe. We are dealing with a case from September.
Okay, so
We're right at the edge.
okay, so then we won't worry about that. But that what you said matches up with what Mr. Kressel has said, and Your Honor, I believe that there's actually a total of 3 cases involving Mr. Callaway on today's calendar. 2 of them are continuances for dismissal that are tracking along with the new case to see how that one plays out. Am I understanding that correctly, Mr. Fleck?
That's correct, Mr. Gasnick.
Oh. I needed some tea. Oh, this is the wrong cup to be using. It's got my Jabs password on the cup.
Yeah, that's probably not a good thing.
Especially if you saw what my Jabs password was.
What is a Jabs
So
password?
we've got Mr. Callaway set for the 11th of December.
And why would you put it on a cup?
Mr. Callaway, do you understand what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Callaway, have you had any difficulties in contacting Mr. Kressel?
No, sir.
Good. I'm going to direct my staff, Mr. Kressel's staff, to schedule a new appointment. But it seems to me that it probably won't make sense to have that appointment until we've gotten the materials that Mr. Fleck is talking about.
Yes.
So I'll put a note on the file that when we get the stuff from Mr. Fleck, we'll be contacting you to schedule an appointment. That way you and Mr. Kressel can have an informed discussion.
Okay.
All right, what's next?
All right, that's it. See you
On the 11th?
On the 11th of December.
Okay, thank you.
Jeremy Hutto.
We're going to take just a really quick field trip. Just a tiny one, okay? I'm going to have to do share screen for this one. Okay. I know it's in here. Oh, shoot. Maybe it's in the other computer. Man. Okay. It's not in here. Oh. Nope, and I don't have access to the other computer at the moment. Dag nabbit. All right. I tried. I gotta get you guys back now. Whoa, isn't that called meta? Me and me and me and me. Sorry. Okay, so what I was looking for, there is an attorney in 36th District, appears often in Marlene Taylor's room. And that's the image that I was looking for, because it's on it's the thumbnail of the video that I was going to pull up just to show you his office, because it is like clip art of, I'm assuming, his daughter, and newspaper articles and magazines and everything, just the whole wall. It's insane. And then he's got like this, I don't want to say creepy, but in comparison to him, like maybe a 2/3 version of either his wife or daughter or something. Just odd. He's very eclectic, I think is the word. I adore him. He's a sweet man, but very, very interesting. Thank you. I needed that.
Okay, Mr. Hutto's here. He has two DWS threes, Your Honor. We set it over because I think he was trying to figure out the status of his license.
Right.
I haven't got it. But Mr. Gasnick, he's here in the room.
Right. My understanding is that the last time he was in court, or the last time he spoke, either the last time he was in court or spoke to Mr. Kressel, he had cleared the child support hold. So I don't know what else is holding him up from getting his license.
The system both ways. Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. This is a printout.
I haven't got my license yet because I've been dealing with
It's still.
housing because my house was foreclosed on. And I've been trying to find an alternate place to go for my family.
Mr. Gasnick, I don't know if you could hear that. Mr. Hutto said that he, okay. He's focused on housing and his family right now,
right?
Which I can understand. I guess my thing is, let's set this out to the 18th of December, and maybe Mr. Kressel and Mr. Hutto can figure out how he can make progress on his license so I don't lose it before Christmas.
I think I meant
Understood.
eccentric.
Mr. Hutto, it looks like, it does look like whatever cases you have that are holding up your license are all with this particular court. So while you're here at the courthouse, you can speak to I believe that you could speak to Mr. Downing, who could provide you with some information on how to be setting up a payment schedule with the collection agency that handles those infractions. And while you may not be in a position to take care of it right now, you'll have a good start on you'll have a good start on what you need to do once you straighten out your housing situation.
Right.
Okay, so what date did we talk about?
I suggested the 18th of December.
That sounds good to me, Mr. Hutto.
That's good.
And hopefully, of course, December is real cold. Hopefully by then you've got your housing straightened.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you're going through those difficult times, Mr. Hutto, and I appreciate the court and Mr. Flex's compassion relative to those circumstances.
Thank you.
Okay, and Your Honor, then the next would be Dakota Levitt.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gasting, Mr. Levitt is here in the courtroom. And where we were back in the summer, my notes say he was trying to get a license. Trying to get his license cleared. And well, we've had that discussion repeatedly. So we In April, we did a status check. In June, we were trying to get a license, and Mr. Levitt's here, so maybe he can tell you what we're doing now.
Yeah, my understanding from the notes from Mr. Kressel were that he had straightened, that he'd set up a plan of some sort with PEMCO. It sounds to me like this is what used to be the old RC, well, it's still the RCW 46.29 type of suspension for having gotten in an accident as an uninsured driver, is my guess. And he needed to get into a payment plan with PEMCO. Sir, have you done that?
Yeah, but there was a different matter that is, they won't set up a payment plan and they want $900 up front. And that was the problem that was withholding me from getting my license.
This is fun.
So then you're talking about PEMCO.
I think it's a different organization.
Well, who is it? I mean, somebody's telling you that they want $900 from you, and you can't get your license unless you pay it. So you might want you should be pretty clear on who that entity is. So who is it that's saying?
Sure. I got in an accident and it's from a private insurer. They went through their insurance company and they somehow put a lien or whatever on my license.
What's the name of the company? I can't. I don't. What's the name of the company?
It's like Brimroll or something.
You're not sure.
Not 100% sure. No.
Okay, that's one of those things that you need to make yourself 100% sure of.
It sounds like a perfect reason why defense might need a continuance, probably to the 27th of November. And then maybe Mr. Levitt can find out what information he has and talk to his attorney, which isn't Mr. Gasnick, but is Mr. Kressel.
And sir, I could promise you, Mr. Kressel's going to want to know the names of the companies that you're trying to deal with.
It's helpful.
All right.
What was the date of this accident?
3, 4, 5 years ago.
June 2022. That would be last.
No, the motor vehicle accident. Not the driving while suspended. I got in an accident on Thrifty Ways parking lot. They told me that it wasn't going to be anything because it's private property and Thrifty Way didn't want to pursue it. But the person went through their insurance company and somehow.
It's probably this infraction or shortly thereafter, operating motor vehicle.
It's a sub-row and it's more than 3 years old. Don't ask me, but
I don't either, but that's why he should talk to his attorney, not us.
Yeah, I could tell you that process, Judge. It's a horrible carryover from the practices of the mid '80s. We used to deal with them all the time. I'm one of the few people old enough to remember it.
Wisconsin.
Sure. Mid '80s, I was in high school with the Air Force, so I figure that we can let Mr. Levitt talk to his attorney, and we'll get back on this back in what, the 18th of December or the 27th? 27th of November. 27th of November.
Yeah, just theoretically, I'm wondering about what's the responsibility of prosecutors and judges that
we don't even know who has the lien.
We have.
And he said 3, 4, 5 years ago. So we're well within a series.
It's with me as
we're well within a period of time there that we need more facts.
An old sub-road defender like ourselves.
Just saying.
So I don't know how much Mr. Kressel's done of sub-row work, but this one.
I used to do sub-row work about a year after I got stuck with about a year after I used to prosecute these things. It's the law on this is actually pretty interesting. I've got some nice briefs on it, but nobody wants to read those.
Well, maybe you should have an appointment with Mr. Kressel.
Okay, Mr. Levitt, so you need to talk to your attorney.
Where's him on the ways of sub-row?
So, sir, just so you understand what's going on, the type of suspension you have used to be very common, but is now quite rare.
That's what he's saying.
And how it works and what the government's role in this kind of stuff is sort of up in the air.
There's also perhaps statute of limitations running around here. Then that's your obligation. What is the obligation to a prosecutor and what is the obligation to a judge who has knowledge that somebody may be making a deal?
And he's got it, but it's also his hold is with Department of Licensing.
Yeah, and they don't care, and they're more powerful than we are.
Right. I think he needs to deal with the OL first.
Yeah.
Well, I like I said, I'll happily deal with DO.
That's your man.
Yeah. It's like now it's out of us. So, Mr. Webbit, go talk to your attorney.
Okay.
And we'll see you on the 27th of November.
It does
Mr. Levitt?
sound like he's saying Mr. Webbit.
I need you to write this down. Mr. Levitt, I want you to write this down. When you talk to Mr. Kressel, you tell him to ask Harry about RCW 46.29 suspensions.
Okay.
I know it's Webbit, but it sounds like Webbit.
There's something somehow we're able to. Any restitution? Right, I offer them payment plan if they want to take, they want money all of that, right? Yeah.
You should talk to him about the first payment may not be something you want to reinstate everything. Doctor, you need to make an appointment with Mr. Kressel and have a face-to-face with him about it. There's too much floating around here that may be favorable to you.
The Department of Licensing is always right.
Just ask him.
And if there's anyone who likes to stick it to the Department of Licensing, he's known statewide.
So there you go. Okay, Mr. Parrish, George Parrish.
Upstairs sleeping in her kennel.
We got some paperwork in on Mr. Parrish. I got some paperwork in on Mr. Parrish this morning. He is at Royal Life Centers in Sumner, Washington. Is that where you, and he is here by Zoom. Am I correct on your physical location, sir?
Correct.
And that is some hair.
Your Honor and Mr. Fleck, apparently the gentleman was admitted to that facility on the 26th of this month.
Okay. There is a letter.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yes, October 27th, Royal Life Centers, Sumner.
Well, it's nice that we're there, albeit 10 plus 11 months late. I mean, but we're there. So when do you want my patience to be extended to, Mr. Gaznick, on behalf of your now seeking help client?
The sarcasm.
Okay, Mr. Parrish.
Sure.
I see something that says you're in treatment. It doesn't say for how long you're enrolled in treatment. So can you give us that?
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm one of the supervisors here. Mr. In the treatment program for right now, currently in the detox, he will be moving on to residential between 21 to 28 days.
21 to 28 days following his detox process.
Correct.
Okay, how long and how much longer do we expect?
So we say the 18th of December?
That would certainly, yeah. If
Like they froze.
Yeah. Mr. Parrish, it appears that your Zoom has frozen. But it sounds 18th of December would be viable. Ah, he's back. Can you hear us now, sir?
Mr. Parrish, can you hear us?
Yes.
So it sounds like, assuming that you go through detox and then go through the 21 to 28 day program, that the 18th of December will still give you room to have completed your treatment. So does that sound like an appropriate date to follow up on?
Yes, sir.
Sounds good, Your Honor. Sounds good, Mr. Fleck.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Parrish, is your address?
That's my mailing address.
Okay, it's still a good address for mail? Okay.
And then, Your Honor, the last case, before we deal with the interpreter cases with Bertilda, is Stephen Person. He's here in the Forks jail.
Yes, I read the materials.
And this is one where I'm kind of, there was a suggestion that in there with regard to ordered treatment that I'm a little confused on, in that Mr. Gasnick, one of the inquiries I got from one of the mental health providers was that the court would order Mr. Persons to engage in his medications and make it a court-ordered requirement from district court.
Much
And
love.
that seemed odd to me.
If that was a directive from Ms. a suggestion from Ms. Vanover.
No, another organization, but I was kind of blunt saying I don't foresee a district court judge mandating mandating, forced meds, lack of a better word.
Yeah, well, give me that language again.
It was something to do with being the court ordering him to do something with regard to taking medications, and I'm like, I don't even think that's what the DCR says.
100%.
It's a referral to the DCR. There is this then other form where we can seek a restoration through Washington Western State Hospital that I sent to Mr. Kressel, but it's like a whole group of people have to fill it out.
Right.
The case we have is disorderly conduct, harassment, obstructing, resisting, and the impression I was given is that Western State had recommended we fill out this restoration paperwork, or the court could do this other thing. And I'm like, I don't see anybody here from any of the providers, and I don't know what this other thing is.
They're all so confused.
Mr. Kressel sent an email, I sent you an email on the 27th where we've got an assessment.
Correct.
I think it's Dr. Ward, yeah, saying that Mr. Person is in immediate need of hospitalization and medication. That it should expedited admission to Western State Hospital not be available, I recommend evaluation by a DCR.
Now, I have heard of the courts ordering people to take their mental health medications. I have heard of that before. This attorney is acting like that's something that's never ever happened in history. But you hear it quite often when the judges make an order that you are to have a mental health assessment and follow all guidelines. One of those guidelines is taking the medications as prescribed. So it's not an uncommon request to have an order signed making someone take their medications as prescribed. It shouldn't be necessary, but when you're dealing with mental health issues, it can be. They can definitely push away on that because the meds work so well that they think they're better. And then they go off the meds and they're not better. And the cycle repeats. They have to go back on the meds.
Apparently, we're hoping to have the court sign an order for the expedited admission. I understood that a proposed order for that had already been provided.
No, we don't have it. A blank form was provided, but there's all these elements in it that it's like beyond, I'd say, the city attorney's ability. There's a section the jail could provide.
Right. Right. All these forms have to be completed. But first the court needs to order that, and then these other materials such as the state hospital triage consultation and expedited admission request have to be completed by the various providers, and those are then given to Western states so they can see if they can get that accomplished.
Okay. To order the expedited.
And I believe that Mr. Linton over at West End Outreach is also informed, has some documentation that he will be preparing as soon as the court orders the expedited restoration.
Offered in response to the state hospital 1077 eval or above named defendant.
So, and per Ms. Vanover's email of Friday at around 3:17, she'll coordinate with Linton regarding the TCEA request process. She's already coordinated with the jail. And so basically the way it works is the court orders this, and that's actually just, even though it sounds like an order, when it's all said and done, it's a request. And what they do is they pack up this other information to make that request from the court more likely to be granted.
Okay, so Mr. Gasnick, this is what I wrote on an order on criminal motion for CR 30049-50. The above entitled court heard a motion to order the expedited treatment for mental health restoration offered in response to the WSH 1077 evaluation for the above named defendant. It is hereby ordered that D is to be ordered or D's request be granted for expedited treatment for mental health restoration. I signed it.
That sounds, as best as I know, that sounds darn good. I will immediately appoint, well, if the court is inclined to sign that, and I really hope it is, I'm going to send an email to everyone saying that the court signed it, so that Mr. Linton especially knows that and Ms. Vanover know that that now they have to do their paperwork to support it.
And Mr. Gasnick, as the judge is signing that, what I think is going to have a discussion is that there should be a standard document, public defender's office and my office and maybe other prosecutor offices have for such things in this system, because this is odd to me.
Well, frankly, I thought that you and Mr. Kressel had hashed all of this out last week.
Well, we talked about it, but we were both kind of scratching our head under this system, this revised system, as to what are the documents that are needed.
Well, the lack of standardization, quite candidly, has worked to Clallam County's advantage, because apparently the people in Clallam County have been able to work the system a little bit better than most other counties. So on a percentage basis, we've gotten a lot more people expedited than any other county in the state.
Okay, I'd say this is the first I've done in 29 plus years.
Yeah, we do them mostly on felonies.
Yeah, that's the key that I think is odd here. But the judge signed the order. We'll ask the court to send a PDF out to all of us, and we'll let folks know that the mental health group who's not here, that they maybe need to start doing whatever they said they're going to do.
Well, hold on one moment. I just want to make sure that I didn't get a text message that relates to this.
Okay.
I did not, but this is Mr. Person, correct?
Yep, it's Mr. Person.
Okay. I will notify everyone that the order's just been signed.
All right.
Mr. Conning, would you be kind enough to email me a copy of that order immediately?
I can take it into him. Okay, I can go take it to him.
I'm taking it in there, Mr. Gasnick, and then I think we're waiting for Bertil to. Okay. And so with Bertil, we have 3 cases.
I thought we would start with the one case only, Washington warrant.
Question warrant, go for it.
One, Mr. Pullman.
Mr. who?
One, Mr. Pullman.
Juan Nestor Palma. Bertilda, are you available?
Yes, yes, I am.
So
Juan Nestor Palma.
Okay. The defendant's here, Mr. Gasnick. Bertilda, can you maybe just make sure that he understands you?
Juan Nestor Palma, ¿qué idioma habla usted? ¿Español o
Español.
Spanish? He speaks Spanish, Mr. Kressel.
And we're quashing a warrant, is our understanding.
Bueno, si entiendo, vamos a quitar la orden de arresto.
Lo que pasa que bueno, el papel que me dieron otra vez se me mojó y no me acordaba bien de la fecha de mi corte y la dejé pasar y vine a preguntar hoy y me la pusieron para el día de hoy.
Well, what happened is that I got a notice today for court hearing, and I did not check on the paper, and I missed my court hearing because I did not pay attention to it.
I don't have, I mean, the court wants to quash the warrant. I'm fine with that. And then we just have to reassign him a date. He had the public defender as an attorney.
Bueno, no tengo nada que decir. Si es que el juzgado le quitan la orden de arresto, está bien, y postergar la fecha para otro día.
Sí, está bien, quería hacerle otra pregunta igual. Lo que pasa que cambié mi número de teléfono con el que antes me hablaba el abogado. Lo que pasa que perdí mi teléfono al otro y agarré otro, pero es nuevo número. No sé si lo podía dar para cuando el abogado me llame o algo que ocupe.
Yes, and I have another question. I'm not sure if it's okay for me to give you a new phone number because my other phone, I lost it. And so I got a new phone, but with different number in case if the attorney has tried to reach out to me and he can reach out to the new number.
Yeah, yes, his attorney would like his phone number.
Sí, proporciona el número porque sí, su abogado necesita el número.
Mr. Gasnick, it's been pointed out by court staff that your client has had 3 warrants on this case since last November.
Uh-huh.
So I think we'd definitely be expecting the warrant fee to be paid.
Bueno, a lo que dice la secretaria del juzgado, dice que desde noviembre han puesto 3 veces de orden de captura en su contra.
He apparently owes $200 on the outstanding warrant fees. He paid $100 on 1 of the 3 that has been issued. In addition, the phone number is
And the gentleman's name again? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry,
Dice, está pendiente, usted debe $200 por la orden de captura que le han hecho antes. Si es que piensan de que ha puesto $100, y luego su número de teléfono es 3.
Sí.
Yes.
Looks like he forfeited $1,500 on a November 21st of 2022 on a.
right. I think that's my recollection. I don't have his file.
Yeah, I see it sitting in here. So if there's three warrants since this year, this is back in November 21st, 2022, 1,500. Expensive way to go to court. Or not to.
2 out of 3 warrant fees that are paid, so he still has
His balance of 100 and warrant fees, and then he apparently his bail was forfeited back in November of 2022. Mr. Gasnick.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do we want to do with this? This was issued. Warrant was issued on the 2nd of October.
So he didn't show earlier this
month.
Part of me, Your Honor, says to set it over for the 13th of November. And I'd hope the public defender would still have the case, even though the warrant went out on the 2nd of October of this month.
Do that, Mr. Gasnick?
Yeah, we can. Yes, Your Honor.
Or suspended, or whatever you want to call it. And then what is your mailing address, Mr. Nestor Palma?
And my apologies, Your Honor, I was not able to hear very well all the conversation. Your Honor, I was not able to pick up everything.
What is your mailing address, Mr. Nestor Palma?
Señor Néstor Palma, ¿cuál es su dirección actual?
Okay, then we don't have a problem.
I'm sorry, Your Honor,
we don't have a problem.
Bueno, no tenemos problema.
I'd suggest we set it over for the 13th of November to try to restart this case.
Mr. Gasnick?
Le sugiero que dejamos o postergamos la fecha para esta audiencia para el 13 de noviembre.
Okay, it'll be set for November 13th, 1:30.
Bueno, dejamos para 13 de noviembre a la 1:30.
And Mr. Gasnick, I'm sure I can ask for the interpreter to emphasize that the defendant needs to be here on Monday, 13 November at 1:30 in person.
Escucha, señor Néstor Palma, tiene que estar aquí en el juzgado, en la corte, el lunes, el 13 de noviembre a la 1:30. ¿Escuchó?
Sí. If the gentleman hasn't already figured out the importance of being there in person and on time, then he's either got money to burn or nothing's going to get through to him.
And my apologies, Your Honor, can I get a repetition? If the gentleman...
It's all right. We don't need it. It's a comment.
Okay, story time. April's red carpet story time. Everyone gather around. So my ex-husband's family owns a couple of cabins on the border of Upper Michigan and Wisconsin. And in the backyard, there's a little Michigan and Wisconsin plaque in the ground that when the first time I went there, I jumped from one side to the other, back and forth. I'm in Wisconsin. I'm in Michigan. I'm in Wisconsin. I'm in Michigan. And then I made my ex-husband ride bikes with me, not like Harleys or anything, like pedal bikes, 6 miles into the first park in Michigan that we came to, so that I could say I rode my bike from Wisconsin to Michigan. And it's true.
Okay, está bien.
That's fine.
Okay. If you're not here on that day at that time, it's likely that a warrant will issue, it will not get quashed, and you will sit in jail until we have this case resolved.
Si usted no llega a esa fecha que le dieron, le van a poner a orden de captura y le van a poner a la cárcel. Y usted va a tener que estar sentado en la cárcel hasta que se resuelva sus casos.
Okay, está bien.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
The next case we have is Aparicio Pablo Velasquez.
Tenemos el caso de Aparicio Pablo Velázquez.
And he is coming to the counter.
Now, if I understand it correctly,
para la mesa.
It's a different language.
And Your Honor, I believe Mr. Pablo Velasquez speaks Hmong, Your Honor, since I've interpreted him in the Hmong language before.
I think it's Hmong.
Aparicio Pablo Velasquez Niolam Pantito Capiol.
HMONG, I think.
Yes, Your Honor.
It might be
Pablo
right.
Velasquez speaks Hmong.
So, Mr. Gasnick, Mr. Kressel and I have been talking about some approach to one of the DUIs via a stipulated order of continuance, to a slow reckless.
Bueno, تتونشن تخلون شتقبان شتيخشي جاسية كنوكت بيتش هاتون شتات كريسلو تاخ أملين شتون تيول شتيتو يتي بختيت كابستين تشاختون شت أكتين قشتشاي تلاتين تاي تخكوكس إيهيك شتون تبينتخ الشيخ تشيخ تشاختون تبينتيتون.
With a 5-year period, because there's not services in mom for a deferred prosecution.
كانت تخلو أشياخ ويخلو كما خاف ناش كنت خونشنا بالتوقيقيول con toxitos programas de persecución de feridos
The defendant has 2 DUIs or alleged to have 2 DUIs. And I think we would need, Mr. Kressel and I would need time to bring any type of documents together for any resolution in that manner.
كانت تتون كشغلة لقشنجيو لتوية شي كريسل ديب أختيك انستعمل تخلب أنت من تيختون تكب نخست.
My suggestion is going to be we put this on for the 27th of November.
Any objection, Mr. Gasnick?
No, Your Honor.
It's
27.
It's a connotation, gewoon schouw 27 تخلال نوفمبر لا تتوقعون شكاو تتنم.
And Mr. Gasnick, maybe you and Mr. Kressel can converse about approaches to such a situation.
ما تتقوان شتات كاول تيخي تتكال تتنم شتات جاسيك تتخون تو يشكرسل تنشيول شتيب لا تكتمل تنكون نخست.
But until then, the defendant needs simply to be back here on the 27th of November at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Is het 28 tegen gemaakt te zeggen gewoon toch el 27 تخلال نوفمبر تلا 1:30 zeggen.
He also needs to understand that all the conditions remain in effect. Everything he had to do before, he still has to do.
Ga ik toch weten te zeggen gewoon ilteer al check o check aan te niet met dit ons goed in chan tot slay ilteer als nemen het zeggen. Yes, I understand it.
Good, good.
Lovana.
All right.
In this hearing?
And then the next case we have.
That's it.
Does he need that in writing?
I have no idea. I just wrote one of these, I didn't even have the name on the last person.
I don't think Mr. President has a name on it either.
Well, if I was defense counsel, I'd figure out how to do this, but since I'm not.
You've always been real good about filling stuff out when you got there.
I know, well, usually not this.
Yep.
This is the one person, one form Mr. Kressel always had down, so.
Well, I want you to know that during my time, I deeply appreciate your penmanship.
You're the last person. I'll just give you my notes, and this is part of Lorraine's recommendations. 2 out of the 4 cases he's on probation for. She don't.
Okay, so I'm handling Aprecio Pablo Velasquez a note that says it's a notice of case setting, not signed by the court. Just simply be here on the 27th of November, 2023 at 1:30.
كانت تتساهل خلوش حلقة تطوي يديس أحمل تخطوخ الشيخ إيه ما كنت إيه بأخشين تي أنتي وتخص أبي يديس fecha machacona, el 27 de noviembre de la 1:30 a Titzaloch.
Bueno.
Okay.
That's all.
When he said when, I thought he was
Go on to
asking when.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next defendant is Gabino
Thank
Escalante
you for
Cruz,
coming. Love you.
and we have numerous items on the docket.
Right, and the probation
Oh.
officer has. The probation officer has some notes here.
Gabino Escalante Cruz.
Did you see her recommendation?
I did, Your Honor. I did see the recommendation of the probation officer.
Did you, Mr. Gasnick?
That's so funny.
I haven't seen the recommendation. I think I've, bear with me a moment.
Here it is, I'll just tell you.
I have seen Mr. Cressel's summary of the recommendation.
Okay, so basically, my recommendation to impose and close remains the same. So impose and close. Any objection?
And my version of impose and close is, well, let her do that. Sorry for Tilda. Go ahead.
كانت تنقش لقش ما شيء تتألتيه وتسكواش دي ناخو أجح تختيجه كأوش بنت إندرش تش ألتيه تسكواش بنت يتون تتا برشي شفيسكال تتنم تسأبون كأوه يولش تويش تتكرسل لاقت ما كنتي شكاول بش
Same interpreter. Third language. According to Irish, she was real sloppy on her Spanish. I don't know how she's doing on these other two languages. But 3 languages. I struggle with the one I speak. That's crazy. Props to her, though.
You have to speak up. Speak loudly.
He says,
I was just advising him he needs to speak up. You can sit down.
Translated to Go figure.
Sir, sir, do you understand that what the probation officer's recommendation is?
Abogado.
Is that the same thing what my attorney told me?
Entonces, algún evaluación alcohólica.
Where I need to get an alcohol evaluation?
Pero no sé kao chashiolas porque nech chashiolas tu abogada.
I've reached out to them and they said that they are going to reach out to the attorney. I'm not sure if they have.
There's this famous guy on, I think, TikTok, one of those type of shorts sort of video things. I watch him every once in a while. He's like the idiot savant of learning languages. I have no idea how he does it, but it's just the thing that he picks up so well. And he will learn a language and then go to that country and speak it fluently. Or if there's like an area in the United States that has a heavy population of that culture, he'll go there and he'll speak it fluently. I just think it's amazing. I love watching him because he does it so fluently with every language that the natives are confused when they see this white boy with curly hair speaking their language. You know, it's so funny to watch the reactions. I can't remember his name, but but he's just so much fun to watch. It really is. I have so much respect for what he does. I could never do it.
Oh, that's so, sir, your probation officer, and you're on probation for 2 cases. Your probation officer wants to impose some jail time and then end your probation on those cases.
كانت تتساخ خلوخات نخشي official de probatoria تتخونه خاخشين شاين دي تيخ تومي تيلة تيخون تيلة تخش تشي دي تخسيكو إيخ تتساخ إبشتون شتوكشتين تي أبنال شويش تنتوكتين ليتش تتيتت.
You understand that?
Kay, ما تقلتني كتير.
My,
Yes.
And Mr. Gasnick, just so you and the court, your defendant in the court is aware.
أبين تخشتات جاسك تويخ خسجادة تتخوب إشتايخ تخبينا.
There is 364 days suspended and remaining on the reckless driving, 1A269318. And from what I can, go ahead,
Zij
Richard.
gaat om een loestentje tegen nog. Ik dacht na gauw knetting aan het een bescherm aan te nemen. Eentje gaan is gewoon knap iets of twee. Graag 364 op is. Dan zie je toch twee tegen gewoon te kassen.
And then on the assault 4, CR 26440, there are 300 days remaining.
Nog kan het zeggen gewoon. Is toch graag tegen detail. Graag dat net gauw knetting is ook gewoon een schaal naar. Lokkers in zijn tegen dan zie je toch twee 300. Dit is even schouw. Toch zei het is los 300 schouw pendiente dagen. Alex naast het gewoon echt dan.
And from what I can see, both of those matters are separated by a year or more in their occurrence.
Het gaat om het gewoon is de il de kot inchang. Ik zou kot inchang de gewoon knap het el gewoon knap de kot inchang. De gewoon te gewoon gaat om een connection.
You're forgiven.
So the city's recommendation for an impose and close would be 364 days imposed on 1A269318.
Kan het gewoon gaat om het jachtje dan zit toch te is de gewoon knap 364 die son 182-318
with a 300 days imposed on CR 26440.
It's not.
Kan het is de jachtje kan als je tegen gewoon 300 dan zie je tegen gewoon de nummer dat caso CR 26440.
And those to run, the city suggestion is those to run consecutive. So it'd be 364 followed by 300.
Kan het gewoon gewoon niet dat je alles achter dan verschoot je kan als je tegen is gewoon niet jezelf het graag 364 eerst doe je 300 gewoon niet je het dan
Sir, you understanding what they're saying? They want you to go to they want you to be going to jail for almost 2 years.
Het net betekent niet tegen. Het betekent niet tegen de helft je kan als je tegen lokjes je kan tegen. Dan zie je toch zet in het is ja kabel nou eet toch zet.
Nael,
Yes.
Can I intervene for a minute?
Please.
Here's a gentleman that doesn't speak the language. We got three
Right.
people and an interpreter. His lawyer, his regular lawyer isn't here. His boss is sitting in. If I were in Mr. Gamino Escalante's position, I'd be a little
Less calm than he is?
lost in the
Yeah.
in the potential outcome, with not having my lawyer sitting right next to me, being able to answer my every question.
This judge is making the absolute right call here.
Before I hunted on 2 years, I'll tell you. And gentlemen, I would just feel more comfortable if Mr. Kressel was here at the time we made the defendant make his pick.
I don't
Understood,
disagree
Your
with
Honor.
that.
كان تتون كشخلو خاتون على إكشافيتات كاولة تتون شخلو نقطناي تتشيل خايستخ غابينو اسكالانتن إكشخي لون جاين تيختون شي تختي تكا وخنا بقيتت إشكو من آل شتي أنت تيما بون خالة شتات كريسو إكشن آل شما بون تيلا خالتيولش أنتون لا تتنقطون شكا وخرسك إنيا إكشن تاخش كنت بإنتينا تيقي خالو.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. It was not my intent to have the gentleman make a decision, but I wanted him to be aware, or actually I wanted to make sure he understood how much is at risk for him in this proceeding.
If I could add, Mr. Gasman. Continue, Bertolo. This is for cases in which he's pled guilty already, and there are two cases pending that are assault fours that have a 364 day in jail potential for each one. So that would be in addition.
I know.
That's even more reason to give pause and not having him make a decision today, but to have Mr. Kressel is here at the next court hearing, and we'll pick another hearing, and then he'll have time to have plenty of discussion with Mr. Kressel about the significance of what the next step is.
You know, I don't disagree with that. I would suggest maybe the 27th of November. My only question is there bail in this matter to ensure he returns?
Ja, toch ons meent het ons gewoon elkaar het jachwet, want ook abin tot ons de ons de crescent nog iets. Entonces maar toch het is halt ange toch 27 de glal november gaat. Dan amelenti ons dan tot het hola dit het jakkel zit.
So
if there's it appears to be there's no bail
on any
of these four cases.
Hallo, het is een eerste fianza aan het is een eerste gewoon aan dit dat lijn die toch zit.
I would argue that bail is warranted due to the nature of the crimes alleged and the fact that there have been repeated violations while other cases were out on suspended time.
Het ongekoud het nam تحتاج إنه كتير إيش confianza إيش documentito mal koima te tolmel dat hallo met de mine kon gemacht het is komen neem ook het mi ook het in tio leite te gewoon ik god in ja gewoon deel god in ja gewoon gemacht god in ja gemacht het ons.
So I would ask your honor, set a bail of $300 per case. Due by noon on the 6th of November.
تتونش كاول تتنم خلوكي مش تقبعش استق تحصن تون كوتين إلدك بين إلدك أكش قانت $300 fianza تيخون تيتكاس خو لون هولنا.
Otherwise, the defender can check himself into custody at that time.
حتى متي أكش خانة toch. Patmiti opción es خلال نوفمبر entonces خمتي أتخوي تحق إلتي خشالي تخسيج.
Well, yes, Your Honor, the courts was aware of the gentleman's conviction history when it made its bail determination on the pending new charges. So
they're putting a bail on it because they're not taking any kind of a plea right now because he's not represented properly. So they're gonna put a bail on it so that, you know, he comes back to court, because that's what they do when you gotta come back.
Hashtag تكتاول تتنشهون خاطي بخاتيل خالو إيش تسكأت أكشقان إيش أتوق أكش تخنتت خافيان سكأت تتشنه.
And apparently bail was set on those, and he's been appearing ever since.
Earl does that.
So on cause number CR 30513, for example, bail was set by.
What was the total bail?
Bail was set by Judge Hanafi on August 31st. And apparently has been posted, and the gentleman's been appearing since then.
Maybe he'll get a lower one because of it.
Entonces,
it's about a $5,000 bond.
Come take the snow. $1,000
fianza.
That's right. 7,500 fianza.
Mr. Gasnick, the court had said there wasn't bail at first. That's why I was asking for some. If there's $7,000 posted, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Those of you that love the snow, come get it. Every single snowflake that lands on my property, you can have. I will give it to you. Take this cold with you too. I love fall and spring. Those are my seasons. Not too hot, not too cold. That 108 degree crap, I don't want it. I also don't want the negative 30 to 50 degree crap that we're going to be getting very soon here. No. No, 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 no.
كان هاشتاق ما هو كنت أتفيانسات أكسيد ملكينيات النقطة ما تواك شتيخ.
Okay, so we'll set another. We want to set a date now when Mr. Kressel can be here, and maybe you could put a note on that file, Mr. Gasnick, that he needs to sit down with Mr. Defendant, let him have a face to face.
And is this mom or Spanish, Your Honor? I missed. Mom? Okay.
Ganito tolong hal na weg take ook al abin dit feest nog gewenst het halal november te sahona et ons saga amalen tisha ons de date on jolis in shditu is het gewona.
And Matt, do you have days that you normally do this with Mr. Kressel?
I'm magic.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was not able to hear.
Do you have days that you normally do this with Mr. Kressel?
You're asking the interpreter or to interpret it?
You,
to
yes, the interpreter. I am asking you, the interpreter.
No, they reach out to me to
Okay.
Sign up for an appointment, and then we just
Okay.
arrange for an appointment.
Okay. Cool. We'll take care of it
So,
then.
what date do you want to set for the next hearing?
I'd do the 27th of November.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
27th.
Kana meti konsiol shit تكون بس احتمال تكون خمسة تقريبا 27 تخلال نوفمبر.
Okay, kapandit tahalog og sincha.
Okay, and I don't have to post any bail?
No more bail.
Means meti.
And it will just stay where it is.
Nog halweg nog hoog.
Now, let's make sure that there are no problems in setting up this appointment, because I think there's people are getting sort of antsy on the case.
كانت حلقة تطويج بس تجول تيشتي أبغاد تنقطي تسيت تويش تتا أخت تأختمل تكون شو أو تجول تويش خوت.
So
we let Mr. Kressel do that?
We probably should do it now.
And that is where they took the feed down. I was, I think, 4 minutes behind, so I can't imagine much more happened after that. And I guess apparently I was wrong. Apparently it was only 2 different languages, but both the Hmong languages sounded different from each other. I don't know. But yeah, 1 translator. That was pretty cool. I don't know who is if I stay streaming. I don't know what my cat just knocked over in the other room, if y'all heard that little crash, but there was a crash and then a that was Tech Kitty, Earl Grey, my grandkitty. But yeah, I have more. I'm kind of debating staying up. You know what? People can funnel in and out as they want. If anybody wants to stick around, you are welcome to, and I love you for doing it. But I am not going to hold anybody hostage. You guys are amazing. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
Hello? Just a moment, please. Good morning.
I had ramen noodle cups. Sweet hot chili, I think they're called. It was good. Good stuff. I love you guys. You guys are all amazing. Yes.
Judge, if you're there, you need to unmute.
I like spicy. It just doesn't like me as much as I like it. Oh, I love you, Becky D. You guys are the bestest friends, seriously. I love having my channel and somewhere to go and feel like I belong, you know? Like I can come on here at any time, day or night, and just, run a video. I could watch it by myself.
Oh, there we
Or
go.
if 30
Okay.
friends show up.
1 second, please.
And I just love it. I
The
absolutely.
37th Circuit Court is now in session with the Honorable Brian K. Kirkham presiding. It is Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 8:35 a.m.
Good
That's
morning,
what
Mr.
it was,
Chapman.
but it was the
Good
same
morning, Your
word.
Honor. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning also.
Mhm.
Good morning also.
Good morning.
Is Dwayne Johnson of cases 08763 DP, case 131501 DP, and case 094061 DS. In each of these matters, Mr. Johnson is here today after failing to appear before referee Delmont on May 8th, 2023. Bond in each case is currently set at $500. This is the 5th bench warrant in the 2008 case and the 4th bench warrant in the other 2 cases. He reports that he is employed at WHC Solar Panel. Last payment made on these accounts was in July of 2023. The court recommends that reasonable bonds be set in these matters and they be scheduled for hearing on November 8th, 2023 at 8:00 a.m. before this court.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you're before the court charged with civil contempt of court due to your failure.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to wait for a break, but they didn't even take a breath. It is not decaf. I can drink a whole pot of coffee and then fall right asleep. It's just what I do. Linda, you can get those at Walmart over by the ramen. I'm sorry. And I saw one more. Hold on. Yes, right here. That is because I have the best chat ever. I have the best friends ever. You guys rock. You are amazing, and I love you. Okay, sorry. Had to do it.
To appear in a prior hearing as a result of your failure to pay child support. Purpose of this hearing is to set a bond that would assure your attendance at the next hearing on November 8, 2023 at 8:00 a.m. You will get notice of that in writing. Are you able to post a bond, sir?
First again, I just feel good when we all say good morning to each other. I just want to say that again. That just made me feel good. But
Okay.
I never knew about none of these court dates. Also, before WAC, I was working at Tentacle, and they was taking child support out of my check. I've been working for the last 2 years, so I'm really kind of
not understanding it, because I came down here several times to the friend of the court down in the basement and told them that I was working, and they started taking money out my check. And I've been, excuse me, and I've been working at WAC for like 90 days. Like I say, before that, I was working at Tentacle as a welder, and I worked 13 days straight, 12 hours a day. I'm a supervisor for 47 people. Really turned my life around. Sandria Parks, Emily Parks, which is my daughter. I just gave her 200 yesterday. My son, Dwayne Johnson, I've been spending time with him, bought him a car. Now he's trying to get his permit. I just didn't know nothing about all these warrants, and I've been around.
Okay.
And I don't understand how I even had all these warrants.
Okay. Well, what happens is oftentimes when people move, they don't change their ad court. They send it to your last known address.
Okay. Well, I've been staying at my house for over 10 years.
Well, okay.
Now, I have got out of prison. I did get out of prison quite some time back, but since getting out of prison, I don't work at AC Foundry. They was taking child support. I don't work at Clemens. They was taking child support. I don't work at Tentacle Magnum. They was taking child support. Now at WAC, and then they automatic send a paper out to the friends of the court. I just don't understand how I even got warrants when
Okay.
I'm already.
On WHC, obviously, you said you've been working there for approximately 90 days, which would be about the time that they haven't been collecting support. So have you seen support taken out of your check at WHC?
My check stub, I need to set up this email thing. It's a little different than working in factories. It's a little more of a career. I haven't seen it, but I assume they was.
Well, you can't assume, sir, because if you assume, then that's the problem is that if they're taking it out, then you're going to be dragged into court like this.
Yeah, I see, Your Honor.
Are you able to post a bond, sir, in these cases?
I approximately probably got $500 on my debit card. Like, I've been paying my insurance, paying my bills and stuff. I don't get paid until Thursday, but I do have $500 to my name.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to set your bond in each case in the amount of $100, so it'd be $300. You can post that, and then you'll be able to be released. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Just that I've been doing good. I ain't been in jail in a long time, so.
Well, then you'll have to appear back on the November 8th date. You can speak to your caseworker and get everything worked out. You may not have to come back on that date. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, are you Mr. Case?
No, I'm Donald Fonseca.
Fonseca, okay. Now before the court is Donald Fonseca of case 172710DM. Mr. Fonseca is here today after failing to appear before this court on July 26, 2023. Bond is currently set at $5,823. This is the second bench warrant. He reports that he is employed at DoorDash. Last payment made on this account was in April of 2022. The Calhoun County Sheriff's Department is requesting transportation cost reimbursement in the amount of $42.29 Front of the court recommends that a reasonable bond be set in this matter and it be scheduled for hearing on November 8th, 2023 at 8:45 a.m. before this court.
Mr. Von Sika, you're before the court charged with civil contempt of court due to your failure to appear at a prior hearing as a result of your failure to pay child support. Purpose of this hearing is to set a bond that would assure your attendance at the next hearing on November 8, 2023 at 8:45 a.m. You will get notice of that in writing. Are you able to post a bond, sir?
Depending on if it's reasonable.
Okay. Well, you have a sizable arrearage, obviously, in this particular matter, but the court is taking into account it is your second bench warrant. So what I'm going to do is what? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I had a family emergency down in Louisiana that I had to attend. My sister passed away back in July. That's the only reason I missed court.
Well, there's things you can do, sir. If you're going to have to miss court for something like that, you can always call us and we can reschedule the court hearing. You just can't.
I just got me a phone. I've just got a phone.
I'm sure you know somebody with a phone. You just can't not contact the court and assume we're going to know what's happening, you know?
Yeah, I spent the last 2.5 months in jail already.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce your bond in hopes that you could be released pending that hearing. I'm going to set your bond in the amount of $500. If you're able to post that, you'd be able to be released. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. You're excused. Have a good day.
No.
Well, I have one benchmark to put on the record, if I may.
Go ahead.
2013 3604 DP Antoinette Andrews failed to appear for her referee hearing. Front of the court requests that a bench warrant issue pursuant to statute.
Court would enter a bench warrant for Ms. Andrews as a result of failure to appear at a referee hearing. Court would set her bond in the amount of 25% of the outstanding arrears or $500, whichever is greater, and further would assess court costs of $150 for the missed referee hearing.
Thank you. And now before the court is Jeffrey Case of case 111460DS. Mr. Case is here today after failing to appear before this court on July 21st of 2021. Bond is currently set at $500. This is the first bench warrant. He reports that he is employed at Tenneco. Last payment made on this account was in August of 2019. Front of the court recommends that a reasonable bond be set in this matter and it be scheduled for hearing on November 8th, 2023 at 8:45 a.m. before this court.
Thank you. Mr. Case, you're before the court charged with civil contempt of court due to your failure to appear at a prior hearing as a result of your failure to pay child support. Purpose of this hearing is to set a bond that would assure your attendance at the next hearing on November 8, 2023 at 8:45 a.m. Are you able to post a bond, sir?
No, I'm not. My wife passed away, so I ain't been able to, she died of COVID. I've been having it rough. I lost my house. I just got a job starting at Tenneco. I was supposed to start last night and I went to jail Saturday night. My wife died of COVID.
Okay.
I watched her take her last breath.
Okay. And that's relevant to how, sir?
I mean, it messed me up. It messed with me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm very sorry.
Well, your hearing was over 2 years ago. You could have contacted the court within that 2 years and made arrangements or at least talked to someone. So.
I did talk to someone. I did try to talk to someone.
Well, you didn't talk to him if you tried to talk to him. You said first you talked to someone, then you said you.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I tried to call up here and talk to somebody. I did.
Okay, so now you didn't call. You just tried to call.
Yeah, I did try to call and didn't get nobody. I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reduce your bond because it is your first bench warrant in this matter. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set your bond in the amount of $100. If you're able to post that, you'd be able to be released. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
If not, how long do I gotta stay?
Excuse me?
If I can't post it, how long will I be here?
You'll be there until the hearing on November 8th. Okay? You're excused. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, we'll see you later, Jeff.
See you, Jesus.
Okay, let's move on to. We're gonna go to Clifton. We preserved the proofs in this case back in September. This is for notice of entry. Please unmute. There we go. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. So, okay, this is 2023-590 DM, Brittany Clifton versus Ian Clifton. It is Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 8:48 a.m. Attorney Lisa McNiff for plaintiff and Attorney Aaron Bortel for defendant.
Good morning to both of you. Court will note that this matter is before the court on the plaintiff's notice for entry of judgment of divorce. Proofs were previously taken and preserved in September. Where are we at in the case, Ms. McNiff?
Your Honor, we mediated on August 29th, and then as you said, we had the pro-con on September 5th. I haven't heard from Mr. Bartel since approximately September 12th on this case. I understood that his client was not working. We had earlier imputed him income at $15 an hour for 40 hours a week. That's what's in the child support calculation. I haven't heard anything from Mr. Bartel objecting to the judgment or to the child support order, so I'm not sure what the holdup has been, but we needed to get it entered.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, what's
Your
your
Honor,
position?
we're not going to object, Your Honor. There was some confusion on this end, so I apologize, but there's no objection, so it can be entered.
Okay, court will enter the judgment as submitted by Ms. McNiff. That will conclude your case. Have a good day.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. You too.
All right. Okay, let me bring this one here. I do not have the plaintiff, so we'll see. This is scheduled in conference proper. Christy reset this from 10:18. Okay, we're gonna proceed now with your case, ma'am. This is 2023-2252 DC, Jeffrey Henker versus Samantha Gilman. It is Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 8:50 a.m. The plaintiff is not here.
Okay, Ms. Gilman, good morning. Could you enlighten me what's happened with Mr. Henker? Have you had contact with him, or why isn't he here, if you know?
I don't know why he hasn't contacted me, and last time I knew he had woken up from in the hospital, but I haven't heard anything since.
He had what?
He had woken up for a day or two in the hospital, and I haven't heard anything since.
Okay, so he's hospitalized then?
Yes, he got into an accident October 1st.
Okay. Well, what I think we'll do is, in that case, not knowing, what we'll do is reschedule this and give him opportunity. Hopefully he'll be doing well or better, and we can get him in, and then we can proceed. Okay.
When how far out should we reset it?
About a month.
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Gilman?
No.
Okay. Well, you're free to go. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Okay, let's move on to the next one here. So this will be this motion. Okay, I'll just set that 30 days for that schedule. Please unmute both of you.
Am I on?
You are.
Yes, just a second. Please unmute, Shelley.
Sorry, I kept hitting that button. Thanks.
Okay, and okay, so there we go. All right, thank you everybody for your patience. This is 2023-2588 DC, Shaylee Hartley versus Andrew Raynard. It is Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 8:52 a.m. Attorney James Fisher for plaintiff and Attorney Shelley Hoffman for defendant.
Good morning to all of you.
Morning.
Court will note that this matter is before the court on the plaintiff's motion for temporary custody, parenting time support. Mr. Fisher.
Yes, Your Honor, as appears from the proof of service on the file, the motion was served upon the defendant father on October 17. I received an appearance of attorney on October 18th for defendant father. On October 26th, I sent an email to counsel asking the status of an answer. I was told one was working on and I would be getting it. Your Honor, I don't believe an answer has been filed to the motion. If it has been filed, I wasn't served with a copy.
Okay. An answer was filed, Mr. Fisher, so unfortunately you didn't get it.
Huh, okay. What we're requesting today is a temporary order requesting the plaintiff mother be granted the sole physical and legal custody of the minor child, subject to restricted and supervised parenting time and defendant father. The child support be awarded based upon the Michigan child support formula and it be retroactive back to this date. She's requesting this relief because she feels that's in the best interest of the minor child and for the following reasons. One is, as the court knows, we're dealing with a child of tender age, 2. But mainly it's because an established custodial environment, both in the sense of physical and psychological sense, exists solely with plaintiff mother. The relationship with plaintiff mother with the minor child is marked by qualities of security, stability, permanence. From birth to this date, the mother's been providing the parental care, guidance, discipline, and attention to the child. And this is in part due to the tender age of the child. It's also due to the part that the defendant father either voluntarily or involuntarily has abdicated his parental responsibilities to the plaintiff mother. Plaintiff mother is the one who schedules and takes the child to doctor appointments, buys clothes for the child, dresses the child, bathes the child, arranges sitters for the child, has enrolled the child in child care, is the one who stays home with the child when the child is not feeling well. Due to the defendant father's daily abuse of alcohol and drugs, he is not mentally or physically fit to care for the minor child. He abuses it on a daily basis to the extent.
Did you see the look that the father and his attorney gave each other right there when the mother's attorney said his daily abuse of drugs and alcohol? They looked at each other like, what? Yeah. I have a feeling that the mother is maybe exaggerating a little bit, just a little.
Extent that his mental and physical state is impaired. The plaintiff mother on a daily basis has a very difficult time getting defendant father up in the morning and oriented as to time and place, and it's because he's hungover from the night before. If he were to have parenting time alone, this minor child would be unattended for hours or a significant period of time each morning and at risk of harm. Further, while he's under the influence of drugs and marijuana, he has anger management issues. In the presence of the child, he yells and screams at the mother and the child to the point the child yells at the father to stop it and tries to punch him. He yelling vulgar language. He's derogatory about the plaintiff mother. He slams doors, has punched holes in the walls. And as the court knows from the motion,
that he has been physically and mentally abusive to the plaintiff mother, such that on September 25, 2023, the court issued an ex parte personal protection order. That order is attached to our motion, as is the petition for an ex parte PPO that sets forth facts that warranted the issuance of the PPO. I think it's significant in that the defendant father did not, within 14 days of being served with the personal protection order, or to this date, file a motion to modify it, to see the child, or to have it terminated. Defendant father leaves cans and bottles with alcohol in it around the home in reach of the child. He leaves marijuana accessories around the home in reach of the minor child. He has left a gun in the home in the reach of the minor child, and he's operated a motor vehicle while under the influence of alcohol, with the child being a passenger in the car. This kind of conduct is very upsetting, stressful, and anxiety for the minor child. It creates an unstable and hostile environment for the minor child, and it puts the child at high risk. I think it's important to note that the defendant father, in his answer to our petition for custody, did not answer paragraph 9 in full, and as such has admitted that his parenting time should be supervised, and admitted that his mother, with whom he resides, would be a fit and proper supervisor. I think it's also important to the court to know that since September 25, 2023, the father has not had his mother or any third party communicate with plaintiff mother to arrange parenting time so he didn't violate the PPO.
Welcome back.
He has not appeared at childcare to say hello to the child or have lunch with the child. He has not paid 1 penny of child support for the care of this child, nor any monies to help with the ownership.
Yet he went through the effort of getting a lawyer. Usually when the father doesn't want anything to do with anything, they don't bother getting a lawyer. So maybe, just maybe, the mom's exaggerating.
And occupancy of the home in which they resided. Based upon this, we're asking the court for the following relief: that plaintiff mother have the sole physical and legal custody of the minor child on a temporary basis, that the parenting time be restricted and supervised, such that he not have alcohol, use or consume alcohol or marijuana or any other drug 8 hours prior to parenting time or during parenting time, that he not have overnight parenting time, and that his parenting time be midweek each Tuesday and Thursday from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. and every other Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and alternate holidays from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and that it be supervised by his mother, Lori Reinhard, or a third party mutually agreed to by the parties. In regards to child support, we're asking it be based upon the child support formula and retroactive to this date. We're asking that the court order the parties to exchange pay stubs from September 26th to this date in order to determine support, and also order that if we cannot agree upon the support, plaintiff mother can bring the matter of child support back before this court. And again, Your Honor, I do not have the opportunity to know what the answer provides or to address any issues that she may raise.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer, or Mr. Fisher, just clarify if you would with me, because you said in answer to paragraph 9 of the motion that he didn't answer that. Well, how would you know that if you didn't get an answer?
No, that's the answer to the petition for custody. I received that.
Okay.
What he didn't answer is the motion before the court today.
Okay.
Well, I didn't get a copy. Evidently, he did file an answer.
Okay. Ms. Huffman, what's your response?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fisher, I do apologize for the late filing of the answer. I did file it. When I filed it, I just attached it to everybody. I sent it, CC'd it to everybody, including you. So you did get it, or should have received it via email last evening. I do apologize for that late filing. So I'm not sure if you've checked your email today, but you should have it. In any event, so, Your Honor, it always comes down to all of the bad things Dad did in the entire time that they were together. For example, paragraph 7 states my client has been abusive since the child's birth. Paragraph 11F says, sorry, I got lost in this whole thing. Paragraph 11F says that or says that my client abuses alcohol every day. The next one, that he abuses marijuana every day. And it just goes on from there. Everything bad that my client's done since the child's birth. But if that were the case, then you would think Mom would do something about it before then. It always comes out to be that one parent or the other is all of a sudden a bad parent from the time that they've known them, even though they never bothered to say anything prior. It's always that way. Unfortunately, the court's going to hear that repeatedly all day long today. The court's heard that since the judge has been a judge. The entire motion is full of accusations. Quite frankly, both parties look absolutely incapable of caring for a child. If you look at this motion, they both do. Because if my client did any of these things and Mom allowed any of it to happen and didn't stop any of it or try or kick Dad out or call the police or, I mean, allow him to have a gun. We're going to allow him to have a gun in front of this 2-year-old child and not do anything about that. Well, then we need CPS involved, right? No, we don't, because none of this is true. Mom is not a bad mother and Dad is not a bad father, because none of this is true. If it was true, I believe Mother would have done something. I have to believe that. It's just her attempt to make my client the bad guy. And I think we all believe that. Unfortunately, as I stated, this court's going to hear the same story all day long today. And I know better, and so does this court. So do we all. There was definitely a ruckus the night that the parties separated.
A ruckus.
But it was my client who thought that plaintiff had broken his ribs. It was my client who got his tooth broken. And it was my client whose lip was busted when she smashed his face with a Nerf gun.
Oh my.
And the parties probably needed to separate at that time, and the PPO probably needs to stay in effect, which is why my client did not fight the PPO. He's safer with the PPO. They're better off with the PPO. They don't need to have contact with each other. It's just the way it is. That doesn't mean that the child no longer deserves to have a father or no longer deserves to have a mother.
It was meant to be,
Both
you guys.
parties have equally cared for this child since the child's birth. My client has taken him fishing, even at 1 year old, taking him out in the boat, taking him fishing. He goes to doctor's appointments. He's given the child a bath all through since he's been born. He's changed his diaper since he's been born. He has fed the child since he's been born, picks up groceries, buys things at the store. Whenever Mom asks him to go to the store, he gets up and goes.
I've seen it both ways.
He's been just as involved in this child's life, and he picks the child up from daycare as well. And takes the child to daycare. So he's just as involved in this child as Mom. And if it were any different, Mom would have been rid of him long ago. We have no issues with child support being retroactive to today's date, and whatever the formula is, whatever it comes out to, it comes out to. We're not going to argue that. My client admits that he used alcohol and marijuana alongside mom. He rarely used if she wasn't. They used together. And as I stated before, obviously, there was never a gun in the presence of this minor child, or I'd hope to God mom would do something about it at that time. The parties have raised this child together until their separation 1 month ago. It's only been 1 month. He is a good dad and she's a good mom. He believes that parenting time should be, for him, he could have Monday and Wednesday. She could have Tuesday and Thursday because she's off work on Wednesday. Is that right? So she could have Wednesday. And he's off Monday, so he could have Monday. And he's also off every weekend, so he could have every other weekend. They could each have every other weekend. So he would have Monday and Wednesday and every other weekend. She would have Tuesday and Thursday and every other weekend.
It sounds like the dad is really trying to put a plan into effect that allows both of them to have an equal opportunity of raising the child and equal time with the child on the most convenient days possible for each of them. He's not saying 1 week on, 1 week off so that you got to find daycare on the days you're working. No, he's saying when you're working, I'll have baby, and when I'm working, you have baby. It sounds like the dad is the reasonable one, in my opinion. In my opinion, it sounds like the mom is the one trying to make things difficult.
They both work first shift. They both have the same hours or very close. They both get out approximately, my client gets out at 4:30. She gets out or gets home about 4:30. She gets home about 5 or 5:30. They would both still use the same daycare. Like I said, dad has Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off. Mom has Tuesday and Wednesday off. So, like I said, she could have Tuesday and Wednesday and every other weekend. He would have Monday and Thursday. That's what I said, Monday and Thursday, every other weekend, right? Monday and Thursday. I'm sorry, Your Honor. We had set this up and then changed it because of her days off. So this way the child would not go very long without seeing either parent and would still go to his same daycare. The child would be picked up and dropped off at daycare, so the parties would have no need to see each other. This would be as close to the status quo as possible under the circumstances. My client does have a bed for the child. He does have his own room. He does have clothes and toys and everything the child needs. This child's bedtime is 8 p.m., so neither party is missing huge amounts of parenting time since, like I said, they both are getting him later after work anyway. I just think that's the closest thing that we can get to status quo as possible from what they were doing for the past 2.5 years. And that's what we're asking the court to do.
Okay. Well, what the court's going to do in this matter, it says a temporary order. The court is going to, on a temporary basis, going to award custody to a plaintiff mother. The court would award the defendant standard parenting time. The parties would meet at Battle Creek Police Department. The plaintiff obviously would not meet. She'd have to send a third party with the child because of the PPO, so they wouldn't have any contact. Court would order support pursuant to the child support formula effective the date of notice of the motion, and would order in this matter that during the time that the respective parties have the child in their care, that they not consume any alcohol or any drugs in this particular matter. I'll ask Mr. Fisher that you would prepare that order and submit it under a 7-day notice of entry.
Your Honor, I need to know what you consider standard parenting time, whether that's the option 2 of the guideline that we had or something else.
Nope, the standard, the alternating weekends, midweek, alternating holidays.
Is the midweek just a like a 4-hour visit, or is
Yes.
that a overnight? Okay.
Nope. 4 hour. Okay.
So it's not supervised, not restricted, even alcohol before parenting time?
No, they cannot consume.
They can drink
during-
before parenting time?
No,
cannot
there's a no
consume-
alcohol.
They cannot consume during parenting time, correct?
Right, during, but can they consume right before parenting time?
If I said they cannot consume during parenting time, that's what the order would state.
How
Okay,
ridiculous.
thank you. Court will conclude this matter at 9:10 a.m. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Oh, that lawyer was just too much there. That was ridiculous.
I'm gonna check in a couple of people here.
Hello.
So in the mom's petition, of suggestion for parenting time, one of the clauses that they wanted in there was that the father couldn't drink or use drugs for 8 hours prior to parenting time. So that's what the lawyer's little tantrum was there, was the judge said no consuming drugs or alcohol during parenting time. And the lawyer, his argument was, oh, so they can drink before parenting time. They can drink right before parenting time then? No, you moron. And who would? For crying in the mud. If you show up to get your kid drunk, especially since pickup and drop off is at the police station, I think that would be a problem. And I really don't think that whoever is doing the pickup and drop off with you is going to just let it slide. Because you're obviously not each other's favorite person. So if one of you did it, the other's going to tattle. Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry, that lawyer just annoyed me.
Hello.
Hello, your first and last name, please?
Jacob Boyd.
Okay, Jacob, I'm gonna place you in the waiting room. Do
Okay.
not disconnect, okay? We do have 3 hearings scheduled at 9 o'clock, okay?
Alrighty.
Thank you. Please unmute.
I'm not really sure if it would have hurt as far as the judge goes, because I mean the judge isn't looking for a pissing match. They want civil procedure, and you're told to let your lawyer do the talking for you. So he did exactly what he's supposed to do in a proceeding. He let his lawyer handle it. Had he, had any kind of an emotional outburst of any sort, that would have worked against him. Or if he did the Your Honor, Your Honor, Your Honor, Your Honor, that's what they don't want to see, because you're showing a low, a low level of emotional maturity. So I don't know. I think him keeping his mouth shut was his best choice.
I am unmuted.
Good morning. First and last name, please.
Jennifer Martinez.
All right. All right, Jennifer, I am going to, we do have Richard back and we have Attorney Sharp. No, Attorney Sharp, yes. Here we go.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yep.
Good morning.
Calling case 2020-1981 DC, Richard Beck versus Jennifer Martinez. Today is Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 9:12 a.m.
Court will note the appearance of Mr. Fernandez on behalf of the plaintiff and defendant appearing in pro per. This matter is before the court on the plaintiff's motion to show cause for denial of parenting time and for makeup parenting time. Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, Your Honor, between the periods of July 5th to July 28th, 2023, and August 9th to August 22nd, 2023, the plaintiff's parenting time was denied. The defendant was arrested for parental kidnapping, and we filed a show cause, and that was addressed. The children were to be to return, but we haven't addressed the issue of makeup parenting time yet. And we believe that the plaintiff would be entitled to at least 21 days of makeup parenting time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Martinez, what's your response?
Hi, Your Honor. My response is that I do not overturn anything. He had me falsely arrested for parental kidnapping when he knows full and well that me and our child left July 1st in an attempt to escape from our lives. He was violently attacking us, to which he just pled guilty to. The kidnapping charge has been dissolved. There's no legal grounds on it. The warrant should have never been signed. So, Mr. Beck claims that I owe him from July 5th to July 28th. Court dockets say he didn't even get bonded out till the 14th. I can't tell you how many times, if I go through this list of allegations, how many times this man has perjured himself.
Okay. Well, let me stop you there. Sounds like we're going to need an evidentiary hearing, and we don't have time for that today, nor am I going to take any testimony today. So, but
I am giving my testimony. I don't owe that man anything.
We don't take testimony on motion hearings. I'm listening to what you have to say, and you're disputing the charges, so we're going to set it for a hearing.
Well, no, my charges for parental kidnapping have been dropped. Mr. Beck pled guilty to.
Okay.
I think you forgot who the judge is, ma'am. Shush. You're not in charge. I cannot imagine her in a relationship, though. If she thinks she's in charge of the judge, what do you think she thinks in the house?
Years of spousal abuse.
Apparently, you're not listening to what I'm saying. On this motion, you're disputing and contesting the motion, so we'll have to have a hearing and take testimony and evidence at that particular time. So that's what we'll do in this particular matter. We'll set it for an evidentiary hearing, and we'll be able to take the evidence at that particular
Your
time.
Honor, I would just like to note that I have a child to take care of. Mr. Beck has brought me to court numerous times for these frivolous motions. Is this an attempt to see me since, I've gone no contact with him? The only time that Mr. Beck has had access to me is through your court on these Zoom hearings. I mean, how much longer are you going to allow his continued domestic abuse to continue through your courtroom?
Okay, ma'am, everybody has a right to file pleadings in a particular case. If
I get that, but I also have civil rights to be protected from my abuser.
Ma'am,
false allegations.
he has a right to file pleadings. The attorney has filed pleadings on his behalf. The court has to address those. You may not like it, but legally he's entitled to do that. So
let's address the lies.
The court will listen to the motion when they properly file that. So we're going to set it for an evidentiary hearing, and we'll take testimony at that time. Okay?
This man needs to move on with his life and leave me the hell alone.
Ma'am. Court will conclude this matter at 9:15 a.m. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's lucky she logged off when she did. I think she was real close to contempt there. Yep, she was claiming that he was abusing her through the court system. And so the court was basically perpetuating his domestic violence onto her.
Calling case 2022-8860M, Carrie Vandeveder DuPonts versus Chris DuPonts. Today is Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 9:17 a.m.
Court will note the appearance of Ms. Shadowins on behalf of the plaintiff and Ms. Capture on behalf of the defendant. This matter is before the court on the defendant's motion for entry of judgment in the UCSO. Ms. Capture, have you received the answer as well?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay. You can proceed.
Chili also acts a whole lot different than that guy did. And that guy had a lawyer. Just saying. Oh, thanks a lot, 65CJ5. I had to pause it to answer your comment, and now I just hit the back button. I blame you. It's all your fault. Sorry. Just kidding. All right. Let me see if I can do this. Oh, we were right. Half past crazy and a quarter to whatever this is. All right. I love you guys.
All right.
Calling case 2022-8860M, Carrie Vandeveder DuPonts versus Chris DuPonts. Today is Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 9:17 a.m.
Court will note the appearance of Ms. Shadowins on behalf of the plaintiff and Ms. Capture on behalf of the defendant. This matter is before the court on the defendant's motion for entry of judgment in the UCSO. Ms. Capture, have you received the answer as well?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay. You can proceed.
All right. Thank you, Judge. First and foremost, I want to state that friend of the court has objected to the entry of the UCSO, but I did speak with them just this morning. And they did state that if in the judgment of divorce, the phrase, let me look at the page specifically, under child support on page, apologize.
What they're saying, if you had direct payments, that you had to opt out is what they're saying.
Yes, but they said they would not object if we struck the provision on page 4 under child support, starting from furthermore, or the amount of defendant's contribution of Peyton's 529 account shall be reviewable, consistent. Furthermore, defendant's contributions to the 529 and the child's expenses shall be enforceable by friend of the court. If we struck that sentence starting at furthermore, they would not object any further to the entry of the judgment. I spoke with Ms. Schwab about that. She is the representative from friend of the court who objected to the
Okay, well, let's address Ms. Shadowin's response, where she's objecting to claiming that your client had failed to disclose various income.
Your Honor, that's incorrect. My client has produced all of his VOIA 401k distributions since 2010. The parties knew that Mr. DuPont had collected a 401k distribution. Also, if you look at the proposed UCSO, we imputed Mr. DuPont's at $160,000. The tax returns reflect this amount. It's $168,000 for his tax returns. We also imputed Ms. DuPont's at $100,000. That's because of her expert view of what her income was. And so the proposed incomes that are put on the calculations are actually very correct to what was listed on the tax returns.
Okay. Ms. Shadowin, so you heard Ms. Capture say it's all correct. So why are you objecting?
Well, we're objecting, Your Honor, because the reason it's incorrect is that Based upon expert testimony, Mr. DuPont's business income was $100,000, and then the additional income from his pension and regular 401k cash withdrawals was the additional $60,000. So based upon the tax returns, his income should actually be $195,000, and that's what the friend of the court and I think everyone would use for his income based upon our agreements. And so he did misrepresent his income in addition to the pension income. Throughout the litigation, he contended that there was no Bitcoin, there was no money to be made from that. And the tax returns clearly show that Mr. DuPont's in 2022 did receive substantial income.
I am really sorry if her volume is blowing anybody's eardrums out like it is mine. The echo in her office is just, or not echo, but the booming is just insane. But yeah, wow, that shocked me a little. Sorry.
I believe around $40,000 to $50,000 from Bitcoin. And so unfortunately, the misrepresentations were revealed to us after we sort of finalized everything in terms of an agreement. And so my client believes that based on that, we should be having friend of the court go into his income, complete an investigation, and do a recommendation. And that's regards to the income. I can address the other issues relative to the objection if the court wants.
I don't.
What do you think? Made a ton of money in Bitcoin and then lost it all in those like $250,000 digital pictures. I cannot remember what those stupid things were called. Somebody help me out here. You know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I mean, right? They actually burned a Banksy painting to turn it into a digital image to make it so that's the only way you could ever have it. So it was worth way more. No, you ruined a piece of art. NFTs, thank you. Oh man. Chat for the win. You guys are amazing. See, that's why I have you guys. My brain stops. It does. It just, I know what I want to say. I can define it, but the actual word for it just doesn't exist in my brain. It was there at one time though. There's like it, how like when you use an eraser and it leaves that like residue of a word, like impression on the paper, but the actual word is gone. That's what happens in my head. Yes. NFTs. Ooh, there you go. Yes. So he made big money in Bitcoin and then lost it in baseball cards and Pokemon and NFTs. I bet he's the one that bought that stupid monkey.
Don't need to do that today.
Okay.
What the court's going to do is the court, based upon the answers filed out, the court is going to send this matter to a referee hearing, evidentiary hearing on the issue of child support, and we can get it resolved in that particular way. And I think based upon what Ms. Capture said, then she'll be able to take care of, once we resolve that, we can resolve.
I'm just guessing, by the way. I don't know. I don't know if he made any money in Bitcoin or if the wife is just assuming. Yeah. My kid plays that.
The other objection issues through the front of the court. So that will be the order of the court, and we'll do a referral order to the referee, and you should get notice within probably a week as to when that hearing could be held.
Your Honor, I just have a clarifying question. The issue is that the parties did agree to certain timelines. The concern that pushing this off to a referee hearing is going to violate those timelines, which is going to negatively affect my client. He's going to start incurring interest on the equalization value that the parties agreed on. It might hold up refinance, which is set to be accomplished within the next month. The parties agreed to this, which is simple. Ms. DuPont signed a settlement agreement that states that she agreed to this deviation, essentially.
Well, what you can do, Ms. Capture, is you can make the correction you had stated as it related to the front of the court issue, and then just state that the support issue will be reviewed by the front of the court, and we can get the orders entered then, but still preserve the front of the court evidentiary hearing.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just want to be clear that my client in no way, shape, or form is going to waive opt out of front of the court. She believes that the crux of the agreement was that the amount that was being paid constituted child support and would be reviewable based upon changes in circumstances. And so I'm not sure what the front of the court told Ms. Capture to delete, but I want to make it clear that in no way, shape, or form are we agreeing, or was it part of the agreement that child support would be waived and or that we would be opting out in front of the court.
Okay, Ms. Capture, what's your response on that?
Your Honor, if you read the agreement, the settlement agreement, Ms. DuPont actually did agree to waive child support. In fact, we're doing $200 a month to a 529. That's direct paid by defendant. That's essentially waiving child support. We deviated to zero on the UCSO. Unfortunately, I don't believe you can opt out of one specific point in front of the court. We would essentially be opting out to the accounting portion of front of the court because the monies wouldn't be going directly through. So simply that we were being creative in order to get this case settled. It has been going on now for well over a year. This case needs to be settled, and pushing it further is a waste of the court's resources. It's a waste of the party's resources. Ms. DuPont agreed to this provision. So I'm simply not sure why we need to move.
Well, I'll help you make that decision. Okay. I've been going for, is it really 4 hours now? If you go all the way back to the beginning, you're going to miss out on any chat that's left. I'm probably not going to be on much longer, but it's up to you. I hope that helps. The more you know. Much love.
Forward with front of the court.
Well, because they said that there's a dispute on his income, and obviously that's always subject to modification review. So the court is going to have a referee hearing to review it to make sure that it is accurate. So you can prepare and submit the new judgment and all of that under 7 day in this matter, but put a provision in that in fact the support is going to be reviewed and would be retroactive to the date of the origin of the order.
We had previously agreed that it would be retroactive to April of 2022, okay. Your Honor.
Take it to April 22 then.
Thank you.
Okay. And then you can submit that and we'll get that entered, and that shouldn't hold up anything else. And then you'll get a hearing with the referee.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You too.
I think this might be the last one, so make it a good one, chat. You guys always do.
Judge, this is Boyd v. Boyd. Just letting you know, Danke and Bays, Danke is being renoticed and Bays is settled.
Okay, settled.
You guys are awesome. You guys are the only reason I'm here.
Okay.
And then Moore, that's scheduled for 9:30, is being renoticed. Jacob?
Yes, ma'am.
Brent? Calling case 2023-2436 DM, Ashley Boyd versus Jacob Boyd. Today is Monday, October 30th, 2023 at 9:27 a.m.
Court will note the appearance of Ms. Thomas on behalf of the plaintiff. This matter is before the court on the plaintiff's notice for entry of revised temporary order. Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, when we prepared the order after the hearing under 7-day, we inadvertently left out the parenting restriction about drinking. And we realized that after the fact, and so because it would no longer have been within 7 days, we noticed it up for entry today. It's the same thing you've already ordered. We missed it when we prepared that order.
Okay. Mr. Boyd, what's your response?
I'm not sure what that even means. Revised, I don't know.
Well, what they said is that from the date of the, when we had the motion hearing, the court ruled in this matter, they had left a provision out, which they're including now in the revised temporary order.
Let it know.
Okay, do you have any,
okay, I will.
Okay, do you have any response to that?
I won't drink. I'm not gonna drink.
Okay, well, then we've got that provision, and that provision will assure that you don't, so
Good response.
That should not be an issue then. So the court will enter the revised temporary order as submitted by Ms. Thomas, and we'll conclude this matter at 9:28 a.m. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we have one at 9:30, and I'm going to please unmute.
Hello,
Good morning. First and last name, please.
my name is Terrell Bowden.
All right. Well, let's see. I believe you have a hearing your hearing is scheduled for 10:30. If you would like, you can remain in our waiting room, but we will not call your case until closer to 10:30.
Oh yeah, I'll just get back on. I didn't know if it was 9:30 or 10:30. I almost forgot about it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh my goodness, that was way too much fun. Oh, I love you guys. Seriously. Like, I can't even tell you how much I look forward to this all day long. Like, people are starting to pick on me for it. You guys are the absolute best. And I'm sorry that we didn't get a whole lot of appearances from the kitties in the doggo. They're taking a break. Billy O.T.'s been sleeping next to me the whole time. So, and I'm just letting him sleep. Oh, he decided to make a little purr there. But I hope you all have a wonderful night. Sleep well. And for those who came in late, go back. If you've got 4 hours, go back to the beginning and watch it all over. And in the description, I did put all of the ways that you can support the channel if you want to. By no means do I expect anything, but if anybody wants to throw something at me between now and the time that YouTube decides to allow me to monetize, which is going to be January, let's hope. I hope, please, YouTube. But yeah, so all the info is in the description. But at bare minimum, please like and subscribe if you want. I promise I'll keep doing this. Much love, all.